Hmm. Wonder-
You'll hear it. I've got it.
Awesome. Yeah. I don't get why the audio's not working though. Let me just
Mike, I don't know. I don't know how
let me
these
just
things work, but
refresh
I'm just
this.
thinking,
Maybe I joined too early. Um.
oh, there we go.
Oh, it's working now. Cool. Okay, brilliant. Okay, so yeah, let's get back into the space. Retweet the space.
You'll hear it. I've got it.
Yeah, I don't get why the audio's not working. Okay, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Everyone, retweet the space, quote tweet the space. Lots to speak about today. We have the Gold States coming out and saying Trump. They did not tell Trump to stop the attack. We have Putin's visit to China and Trump. We got the Massie versus Israel election today. And what's interesting about that is Donald Trump has made his very first tweet in a very long time. He's not tweeted on X, except when I think he was promoting one of his coins or whatever. But largely speaking, he doesn't post on there. But today he posted to attack Massie. This is what he had to say. Let me read it to you and then we'll get into the conversation. He said the following. He said, horrible Congressman Thomas Massie put out an old endorsement from many years ago of him by me long before I found out that he was the worst congressman in the history of our country. I endorsed Ed Gallerin, a true American patriot, which Massie knows full well. So the statement that he put out is fraudulent, just like he is fraudulent. Withdraw your fake statement, Massie, right now. President Donald J. Trump. Trump's not happy. He's trying very hard to make sure Massie does not win his seat. Let's get into the conversation. Let's speak about it. Let's get into that. Let's get into the conversation about Putin's visit to Russia and let's break it all down. Let's go to Doc first because I know Doc's been covering this quite a bit. Doc, what's your thoughts on Massie?
Just before we go to Doc, really quickly, Suleiman, everyone's thanking me on YouTube for fixing your sound issues, so you're welcome. That's what I wanted to say, but we
Fake
can go to Doc
news.
now.
Fake news. Go ahead, Doc.
Well, I can hear you both just fine. So
Well, that's a good and
some
a
of
bad.
those,
Good for that you
yeah.
hear me, but bad that you're hearing her. But continue.
No, I guess I just sort of repeat some of the same things I've been saying for more than a month about Thomas Massie. I think it hurts Trump to attack Massie because those Trump supporters like myself that have been around, even since 2024, when Massie and Trump mutually endorsed each other, or going back to 2016, when Thomas Massie was a big part of that core support of Republicans in Congress that was called the Freedom Caucus. And that included Matt Gaetz, Congressman Matt Gaetz, who Trump initially nominated for Attorney General, but some lies paid for by British Zionists that he had transported an underage girl across state lines for sex, since disproven, uh, led to, well, at least a justification for Matt to jump out of that nomination. And then you have Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie together, part of and there's one other congresswoman that I'm forgetting, who, in light of the rejection of both the House and the Senate to pressure Trump into releasing the Epstein files, they were the ones who started the bill in the House that was later confirmed by the Senate and passed in a law that required Trump and the administration to reveal the Epstein files that they did. Now, that has only been a small portion of what the Justice Department, the FBI, and the CIA, not including foreign intelligence services like Mossad, have this deep state honeypot operation that's gone on and continues to go on under names and faces to compromise politicians in power. So the fact that he's attacked Massie and continues to attack Marjorie Taylor Greene, some of his original core supporters, on a position, the Epstein files, or the war, or some of Trump's economic promises, the fact that those of us who supported Trump, in part because he had the allegiance and the alliance of the new conservative movement, I'll call it, back in 2016, just continues to damage Trump, to point out that he really has not kept the promises that he made both in 2016, 2020, and 2024 to be a change agent in the respect that we were not going to be involved in any more foreign wars. Certainly, it wasn't contemplated or promised by Trump that he wouldn't prosecute known pedophiles in and outside of the government. But that was, I think, implied by anyone with any sort of moral or ethical sense about them, that our president wouldn't protect those individuals and those groups, including AIPAC. Um, in large measure because Trump had said and continued to say through 2024 election that he was going to drain the swamp to deep, that he was going to attack the deep state. And the reason why all the lawsuits and legal actions that were brought against Trump under the Biden administrations were example of the deep state coming after a change agent, someone who traditionally was a Democrat, recently became a Republican, and had been a private citizen voice, a very loud one, condemning the first Iraq war and the continuation of that war into Afghanistan. So as Trump attacks Massie, who's held consistent on these views, I think it continues to damage Trump and his brand of republicanism right now. I've been convinced, in large part because I understand the principles and the promises and the consistency or inconsistency in the case of Trump, where these politicians have kept their word to their constituents and to their adherence to conservative and or libertarian principles. Massie continues to do that. He continues to have the support of people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Massie recently in interviews has said that he thinks there's 50 or 60 other House members and some number of senators who would be echoing the same sort of charges that he's making about the political process, Trump and the administration, but are too afraid because of AIPAC and the impact of AIPAC and the money that could be brought against them in a reelection campaign. And for those internationally who don't know, House members, which is one of the two branches in the representative branch of our government, they have to face the electorate every 2 years. So it's a constant process because media is so expensive and so controlled to raise money. So the moment a House member gets elected, they really have to start thinking about how they raise money for the next election. Thomas Massie isn't why I believe he was going to win months ago was after 2024, I looked at the data that measured, there was a metric for the support of Trump versus Massie within Massie's congressional district and the voters that they're now facing. Massie had 95% of registered Republicans vote for him, and Trump had 65%. So I don't think that Trump's PR campaign or Ed Gallerin as a candidate or the massive amount of AIPAC and PAC money in support of the Israel war, its genociding of the Palestinian people, and its continuing warfare against its neighbors of Muslim countries is something that's going to win over that 95% of Republicans in Massie's district who supported Massie before. I think every time Trump attacks Massie, or anyone, Ed Gallerin, the candidate, then it just bolsters the support for conservatives like myself, conservatives that exist in that Kentucky district for Massie. So I think Massie will win. I think there's a huge import and impact of that in the sense that one, it's going to show how weak Trump is and how weak AIPAC is. in creating a narrative that will compel the voting public support. I think that's passed. The other reason I think that's passed is we see in polling, even though in effect Bibi has bought TikTok through Larry Ellison, and he has the influence that he does here on X, YouTube, and other social media platforms, to label anyone who doesn't support the genocide, who doesn't support the endless wars, who supports another war, is part of this corrupt cabal attacking Massie. So I think Massie, after the fact, will be able to say that the power, and it'll be true that the power of AIPAC and the Israeli lobby has been weakened, that Trump has been weakened. And that's why this particular race is getting so much attention and notoriety, in part because it seems like the $193 million collectively that was spent in support of El Gallerin is not going to work. And I think money in politics, and I'll end it with this, money in politics for years and years and years equated to victory for the candidate who could outraise the other, because media was everything. But we see with spaces like this, with hosts like yourself and myself and Khaleesi and others, that there's an independent voice that it is reaching a larger and larger audience. And one of the, for me, convincing metrics for that is the fact that approximately 25% of the youth of America under 25 no longer supports Israel. So yes, that does lead to the potential conclusion that Israel is so desperate because they realize they're losing their audience here in America, that they'll continue to press Trump to heighten the war in Iran, even up to the point where there's boots on the ground. I just don't think that's going to happen. I haven't thought it was going to happen, and I still don't see it happening. So, Massey's sort of key in this is that it sort of takes the temperature of where the American voting public is in support of Trump and the war.
Yeah, we'll have to. Well, obviously, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. I'm going to retweet some of your core tweets. We're going to be live. We're going to continue to give you the results of the Thomas Massie election as and when we receive it. As we also talk about other news, including what's happening in Iran. So lots to speak about and lots to get through. Andy, you had your hand up. Is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, exactly. This Massie election is, I feel like it's like the most important election, at least of my lifetime. I mean, I've only been around since 2001. This isn't some false choice between some Zio Republican or some Zionist Democrat. This is an America First patriot and Thomas Massie fighting against Ed Galbraith, who has no principles and no values, who's funded completely by Israeli Zionist cash, who will just do whatever his donors tell him to. Ed hasn't articulated any policy platforms. So this is an election of, can an principled America First candidate win against this type of cash? And if it can, it gives us hope that, okay, maybe we could beat Vance and Rubio in the primary, whether it's with Massie or somebody else that may step up and run. And that's why this is huge, because it will encourage, I think, other members of Congress, even if they're, let's say, not principled, to at least speak up against this war, maybe because they want to at least try to save their own reelection. And I do think you're going to see, if Massie wins, I do think he will win, a lot of people then start speaking out against this war and saying, like, hey, I'm in a swing district. I don't want to lose my job. Like, they won't say that out loud, but they'll be like, prices are going up, Trump. You need to make a deal with Iran. What are you doing? This is horrible for the Republican Party. We're going to get killed in the midterms. And instead of that being private conversations that you hear in articles, those are going to be public conversations. Especially now that most of the primaries are over, people can't get primaried this year, so they're in the clear. And if Massie can win, it proves other people can win standing on their principles. Plus, by 2028, I think Trump's position will be even further diminished because there's going to be a recession. And this whole "we beat Iran" narrative, whoever still believes that will collapse when Iran gets a deal. Like, Trump's going to have no support to primary anyone that goes against him in 2028. it will be at the point where a Trump endorsement is a negative and people aren't going to even want to be associated with him because he's just betrayed everything. And you've seen every Israel critical influencer on the right and even some on the left, which I'm really happy about, come together behind Massie. So this is the type of unity for Massie that we need to see heading into 2028 if we're going to have any type of chance against Vance or Rubio. Because I went to college at the University of Iowa, and obviously money doesn't matter, but there was like $170 million spent on DeSantis for him to get 20% of the vote in that caucus against Trump. But if you don't think they're going to try to flood hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure that Vance and Rubio win in Iowa, like they're going to spend that type of money. So it's going to take a grassroots campaign to beat Vance and Rubio in the primary. The same exact type of campaign that Massie ran: principled, disciplined, digital, with a lot of influencers, because whoever our candidate is, we're not going to be able to outspend Miriam Adelson, no matter how much grassroots support we have. But if we have control the online narrative, which I think we have done well with Massie because we have the truth on our side, that sets us up well for 2028. So this is a proxy battle for 2028.
That's a crazy time, though, isn't it, Andy? Like when I listen to Doc and I listen to you guys, like I just think I was thinking about what you. I mean, you know my thoughts on this, right? One person can't change the system; it's systematic. But what I will say, because like Doc, I've known forever. Okay, Doc. I was saying this the other night when he wasn't here. That Doc I've known since before Elon Musk even bought this app. We were doing Spaces. He's probably the first MAGA person I met. Years and years ago. But I listen to him, I listen to you, Andy, and I listen to the American people who've got like they've had this awakening. They really want to change their country. They want the sovereignty of their country. They're being truly honest. It's not a one-man problem, right? It's not replace Trump with somebody else and everything gets done. That both parties across the board, the PACs across the board, it's systematically, as is the UK, by the way, as is Europe, most countries, in fact, corruption is there, strings are pulled, etc. But you guys have had an awakening to it. And the only thing I would say, and I was thinking about this last night, I think it was, that, what is it? How many years has it been? Since 60s, is it, when they killed JFK? So what are we talking about? Like 80 years?
63
90 years?
63.
Has it only been 60? I thought, hang on, I was a bit 60. Anna Suleiman's laughing because he thinks my maths is rubbish. Hang on, what year was Kennedy assassinated?
1963.
Yes, I'm right then when I say it's been about 80 odd years, though, hasn't it?
Let's just move on. Let's just move on.
60.
Or whatever. Anyway, so it's been a number of years. Anyway, look, it's not about the maths, Suleiman, right? But my point is, you're not going to get rid of, or let me just call it decades. You're not going to get rid of decades of corruption. Even for those people who had the awakening after the genocide or even before the genocide, like let's just say 5 years. Most people have woken up in the last 5 years, right? That those that are awake have woken up in the last 5 years. I'm talking like the majority. You're not going to be able to get rid of like 6 decades of this powerful force that's infested, the nation in a year. It's going to take time. That's all I was going to say to you, Andy.
Yeah, I know we're not going to get rid of it in this one election, but I'm saying this, I think, could spark a movement of more candidates running, and then come 2028, maybe there'll be 20 candidates like Thomas Massie that will run. Because if there can be a candidate in every district, imagine if we're making them, AIPAC, spend millions of dollars across hundreds of districts. Maybe it won't be 30, but imagine we make them spend $1 billion, $2 billion in the primaries, and then 10, 20 candidates slip through in 2028. Like, that's massive.
Well, plus beyond that, just 12 members of the Freedom Caucus who were part of the Republican Party back in 2016 were able to depose the Republican Speaker of the House, Kevin What's-His-Face, because the Republicans and Democrats are so evenly divided, it allows for the creation of one group and one party who won't go along with the program, who won't be told exactly how to vote or what legislation to support by the leader. Uh, that can have a huge impact. Just that minority voice. So to have a consistent minority voice going into 2028 that we had back in 2016 with the Freedom Caucus is in and of itself extremely valuable.
And guys, just to let you know, I want you to retweet the space, quote tweet the space. We're going to be going and giving you the information about the race throughout the space. One of the things, and we'll be giving it live. I believe the polling is going to close in 35 minutes. And I was looking at the previous data that came out. It was within 7 minutes we start getting the first areas or results coming in. So we'll be giving you the election day results throughout the space. So watch out for that. It will be live. Going to Andrew. Andrew, I wanted to bring you in the conversation. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
Hey, Suleiman panel. Hey, Beatrice. Yeah, great interviews as always. Both of the panel, both of your speakers, both Russian, they did, I thought, an outstanding, as always, you get great analysts. One couple points on the last speaker there, Stans. Thank God someone's finally saying the numbers we're reading from casualties, deaths, and wounded. He said 10 times that. I've been saying that for months, now, but no one wants to talk about that. I'm really glad he said that. In fact, when he said it, I was like, yes, finally someone's saying it. Everything else, their analysis, yeah, I agree 150% on. Exactly. It's insane. As Doc just said, we're not going to see boots on the ground, but I'm talking an invasion. But I still think we will see some kinetic action. I think Trump's going to have some fireworks, some sort, and he will come back and throw up another one. But we'll see another taco ultimately. And on this whole thing with this Massie election, yeah, thank God, we got great political analysts in here, Doc and Andy. Great. I'm really listening to what they have to say as we get the results. I pray to God that Doc and Andy are correct. However, I checked and they've got the race super tight, which is concerning. It shouldn't be tight because I love Doc's analysis. He said, he made it very clear that Massey's far more popular than Trump, and surely enough of the Kentuckians have been, especially conservative, have been red-pilled enough to wake up to see what's going on. But we see the power of that Zio power, the dollar, because the polls that I was looking at shows it extremely close, and in fact, by a slight margin, Massey's opponent there. So I don't know. I pray to God that Doc and you're right. I pray Massey wins. But Suleiman, as you clearly said, I think you're right. Either he wins or loses. This is really going to show the world. It's going to show the world the power and really the control that the Zionists really have. And I'll just land it here. Great, you have the analyst in here. Loved you all. Keep fighting the good fight and this moral resistance.
Appreciate you as always, Andrew. Appreciate you as always. Cyrus, appreciate you coming on. What's your thoughts?
Hi, Suleiman. Thanks for having me here. On the Massie election, although obviously I'm gunning for him, and this is so consequential and in the short term, however, in the long term, even if he loses, I think this is such a wake-up moment for America that AIPAC dumped 15 million and, an additional, I believe, 15 million from other billionaires and, Israeli aligned individuals. So, any type of, overt reaction by AIPAC.
Well, it was sorry, Cyrus. Did you say it's 15 from AIPAC and then 15 from others as well? So it's 30.
It looks from what I just read. I initially
Okay,
thought it was
cool. I didn't
15
know that.
total.
I thought it was 20 in total, but 30. Wow, that's crazy. Do
That's what
continue.
it seems. Yeah. From and Massey only raised 5.5 million with the average raise of $80. So his is all from regular folks. Hardworking Americans, middle class Americans, and then you have these billionaires that have never set foot in Kentucky that won't know their way around. The back roads there, and then they're out here in northern Kentucky trying to impose their will. There's it was one of the founders of AIPAC. The quote goes something along like this. He was telling one of the presidents or something, someone of influence, and it said that AIPAC is a night flower. It blooms at night and it withers in sunlight. Right? You guys can look up the exact quote, but it's something along those lines, and it's such an important quote because it's from an insider. It's from one of the founders, and it shows that they've been exposed. So even if Massie loses, it will have a impact that they don't foresee, right? So it will be a short-term win for the neo-Zionists. I call them neo-Zionists. So I don't even consider them Zionists. So but ultimately, this is the wake-up moment. The wake-up moments happen. This is part of the evolution of this movement. That's why your platform and what you're doing, Suleiman, and others like you, is so important in independent media, and it should translate to votes. So I hope the American listeners here get motivated, get amped up. I know we have opposing views here. Suleiman fields all type of viewpoints. This is a marketplace of ideas. I know some folks come here and say that the war is lost and take the black pill. Your vote doesn't count. These are just masquerading, puppets, right? But if that was true, AIPAC wouldn't be dumping 15 million and throwing everything in the kitchen sink at these local races, right? So it shows how bad they're losing the fight. I think this is their last hurrah, and they'll be on a slow decline. As Beatrix mentioned, this is a marathon, right? So this is decades of coercion and nefarious action. It really goes over 100 years if you want to get really deep into it. And part of it is the hijacking of the American evangelical movement by way of the Schofield Bible, right? So the backbone of the neo-Zionist movement, the Zionist movement, prior to that was, in America, is the evangelical Christian Zionist base. And that is by way of deception, right? So this goes way back. These people that are most likely devil worshippers are, have a concerted effort to make astray God-fearing Christians, right? To essentially mocking their religion. Be like, hey, we're going to coerce you into believing this false narrative, and that you're going to be obsessed with Israel above all. And so it's so multifaceted, and any notion that AIPAC is just like another, political action committee or anything like that is just super false. It's not how much money they spend; it's the type of influence they have in media, in Hollywood, in finance, and the way they can. It's just such a murky and shadowy organization. And Kennedy was fighting tooth and nail to register them as a foreign agent, as they should be. It's a very sensitive matter. They wouldn't be able to be so overt with their spending or be able to spend anything of consequence. So, and this is a huge crack in our democracy that they found a way to seep in through these cracks. It's the campaign finance laws. I've been outspoken against this for over 15 years. Every chance I've had to speak about it, and that's really the core of the issue. And with respect to our foreign policy, obviously the worst is when you have a foreign actor influencing your country. That's the number one threat. But even within the United States, you have pharmaceutical special interest groups. You have tobacco special interest group. So those should be reined in as well. But the damage they do is minuscule compared to what a foreign actor does, because ultimately they don't want the benefit of your country. They have their own ambitions and they have their own agenda. So this is a huge fight. And the Massey fight will set the tone and the morale. I think the morale, if he loses, will be bruised a bit initially, but I think it will rebound with even more vigor and more resilience and more fortitude to push back, because ultimately, we're fighting for truth, and it's so easy to get with a group and with a movement that is fighting for good and justice and people being treated with dignity and respect, and not to genocide people, not to spend your tax dollars on killing people. It's really basic, right? So, it shouldn't be hard to convince people of this, and yet it seems that those who have been indoctrinated in the other way of thinking are just so resolute. They're just fear mongers, like as if Israel's fighting monsters and they are on the front lines for America. I mean, it is so stark to the reality. So it goes to show the level of indoctrination in our country. I'm sure it goes the same for the UK. I'm not sure. Obviously, I don't know nearly as much about your public opinion there, but in the United States, I mean, we've been heavily propagandized. Really heavily since the early '80s. starting with Hollywood movies and with mass media. I mean, this is a concerted effort to slowly indoctrinate and propagandize the American public so that these wars are accepted and as just a natural course of history that's supposed to take place. So these are very, very dangerous ideologies we're fighting, and your vote ultimately is the most powerful tool. So use these platforms. Leaders like Suleiman, information leaders like Suleiman and Beatrix, who are leading the charge here, and folks like them. This is really one of the few venues that you can get this unadulterated, unfiltered information, and especially with the experts that they interview, you can glean a lot of insights. These are not mainstream figures. The mainstream media highly curates who they bring to their cameras and who gets to speak. It is all information operations and social engineering. So truly, if you want to seek the truth, you got to find it on independent media. And I'll end it there. Thanks, Suleiman.
Appreciate it. Thank you for that, Cyrus. Appreciate your comments. Guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. We'll be giving the election day results as and when we receive it. And like I said, this is monumental. I mean, there are some great people fighting, like Greg Stoker, like Anthony Aguilar, like Jose. What's the guy's name? Is it Jorge Vegas? I forgot his name now. Jose Vega and Dan Bilzerian. So, but all those people are new and they are very much outsiders. But if someone like Massie was to lose, that would be, I think, monumentally, I would say, blackpilling and heartbreaking for a lot of people. And maybe a way of waking people up about the true power. Because sometimes we say it, but if you could take someone like Massie out, who essentially won that district, what did he get? 75 to 80% of the vote? That's going to be crazy. Doc, I want to bring you in on a question about this. And guys, we are going to be giving you the results as and when we receive it. Huge election. Oh, brilliant. This is really good. This is what you call training. If you want to see, if you want to learn how do you train these chicks, then a good example is watching Beatrix have a hand up. Go ahead, Beatrix. You may speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in before Doc, because Cyrus said that the infiltration has been like close to 100 years. So my 63 years wasn't that far off Jonah. Because do you know what he did? He's not on the space, but he went straight on to YouTube. And do you know what he put in the comments? He said, oh, Beatrix has definitely sent some Nigerian prince money in the past. That's what he said about me, because he said my maths was so bad, so I'm smash him. But anyway, that's all I wanted to add.
Thanks
Thank you
for your
very
deep
much.
political insight. Really helped understand the situation a lot better with that. Thank you, Beatrix. Doc, the Doc. I did have a question for you, and it was about what you call it again, the Massie race. Two questions, first of all. The first one is, what do you? I know you're very confident that Massie is gonna win, and I'm right down the middle. Like, I'm not sure, but in terms of if this was to be a Massie loss, what level of impact do you think it'd have in the United States? And then the second question is that I forgot the second question. Answer that, and then I'll give you the second question.
Well, I think the question we've addressed a couple times in the last few days, but I think, and the consensus has been to that question, that it would be very down and depressing for conservatives like myself. That it would seem to be, and I think maybe Andy put his hand up because he was one of those who agreed with that concept. That almost anything that we do is met by AIPAC and the deep state, and that we won't be able to support a government that will keep Trump's original promises, be consistent and adherent to the Constitution and the freedoms that we're supposed to have as citizens and voters of the country. And I said, for at least for myself, that I've decided not to vote for anybody this election except the LA mayor's election. I mean, if Massie can be defeated, then how can we expect that any Zionist can be defeated in the future? Whether that be Rubio or JD Vance or somebody new. or even somebody who we believe to be true to their promises, like Thomas Massie, who's been bought off and will, as Trump did, win the election based on set A of promises and commitments, but then run his office and administration consistent with what it is that Israel wants out of American, particularly foreign policy. So I'm 67 years old. Been involved in politics since I was 18. My first election was Reagan's first election in 1980. And as active as I've been, and the time and energy that I put in, to my political discourse here on X, I'm just going to go enjoy my life and leave it to younger people at this point, because I don't see that everything that I've done has been met with any sort of success or validation in terms of ensuring our constitutional freedoms and we have the country that we were promised. So I think that would be the effect of a Massey loss. But it is tempered by the fact that there will be more and more people, who come to understand the real power of AIPAC, and the fact that we don't have the freedoms that we've been promised by a series of Republican politicians, going back to even Ronald Reagan himself. And certainly that continued with both Bush's presidencies, and now with Donald Trump in two administrations. So I think it's going to destroy hope, is what it's going to do if Massey loses, but it's going to build an awareness about the power and the corruption of the Zionists, and what younger generations do or can do in light of changing technology with AI, with places like this, with their own sort of um, Gen X or Gen Z, communication methods, whether that's in Stitch and through the gaming platforms and so on and so forth. How will a consensus be built, powerful enough to take on the political powers that be, in the years to come. So, but I think just for me personally, I'm going to walk away from the political process, because I don't have anyone to fight for that I think cares about the things that are important to me.
Wow, so it would be like a major. So basically, if something else happened, from the Israeli perspective, they would get like a lot of people to just give up. That's not good.
Yeah.
Um, so I guess it is in their benefit to do what they're doing. Um, Andy, do you have anything you want to jump into, and then we'll go to arts?
Yeah, I was thinking a lot of people, unfortunately, are going to give up as well if Massie loses too, because like this should be the easiest election for us to win with an America First candidate, because he's the incumbent. We're not trying to unseat someone who has a bunch of money behind them like Randy Fine. We actually have the guy in the seat, and Thomas Massie has a stellar track record dating back to, I believe, 2012, so 14 years as an America First congressman that the people can actually fall back on and be like, yeah, this is a good guy. So if someone like that can't win, I think a lot of people are going to just give up. So this is why it's such a pivotal election, as we've been saying. Versus if he does win, I think you're going to see a huge groundswell of support, whether for Massie 2028 or someone in his vein. And the way all these influencers swarmed Kentucky for this race, I could see all of these influencers then going to Iowa in 2027 for the primary. Like if an America First candidate's running in Iowa, I'm going to be in Iowa knocking on doors for that candidate for sure. I definitely am going to do that. But I just don't see how we can mount a viable challenge if Massie loses. And we need older people like Doc in this fight, because yes, obviously the younger generation is the most aware of the influence, but we need older people like Doc, because I do think he has the ability maybe to reach older people that maybe younger people would struggle to reach. So having older people that are awake like Doc, Andrew, is important in this fight, because it can't just be the Gen Z and the millennials against everyone else and a few Gen Xers. Having boomers that are on our side as well is absolutely critical in this fight, because we need them to combat all of the brainwashed boomers.
Can I add on to that, Suleiman?
Yeah, of course.
On that, Andy, listen, Doc, myself, yeah, both of us, yeah, I'm 71 and a half here. But Andy, here's the way I look at it. Now, listen carefully. Yeah, I listened carefully to what Doc had to say. I stopped voting in 1972, and here is my resistance to it. And here's what I'm doing. I refuse to play in their playground. I refuse. I will not vote. And I think more people that realize this and say, I'm not voting in your system. I'm not going to play your rigged system. Now, I know we're in the world, we have to participate in it, but we participate by saying no. Until you completely clean it out, and we're not voting in your system. Now, I know people are saying, well, that doesn't fix anything. I think it would. I really do think it would. But I'll end it there. But thank you.
I agree with the not voting if like the both candidates are horrible. Like if we end up stuck with Vance and Newsom, or Rubio and Newsom, or one of them and some other Democrat Zionists, then yeah, not voting when those are our options, I absolutely agree. But there are a lot of, but in terms of primary races that do matter, voting's important. Like Andrew, wherever you live, you should be looking for a primary challenge. You should be trying to see if there's a local guy in your area that's anti-Zionist that wants to run for 2028, for example, for your local House seat or something, and you should try to see if there's someone that wants to challenge whoever the incumbent is there that's bought out by AIPAC. Like we need someone in every single district come 2028 challenging this system, because they're like, what are they going to do? Spend $10 billion to throw $30 million against every challenger we have? Like that's just, I don't think it's feasible. And at that point, it becomes even more obvious.
They only need the majority. They only need the majority. They already have it. They absolutely control it. They run it. Talk to Matt Getz. I wish Matt Getz could come in here. Marjorie Taylor Greene, if she would really be honest and tell you the truth that really happened. They get in there. They have the highest, loftiest moral goals, and then real quick they learn to play the rules. It was like my first patrol I made on my first submarine patrol. The hatch closed, and then the goat locker, the chiefs called me in there and said, have a seat. We're going to explain how things really work here. So they get that little come to Jesus meeting behind closed doors where they say, now we know you got all these lofty morals. You love America, but let's now say what really happens here. Matt Getz has a story about that. And I know I'm blackpilling. I know people get upset. And Cyrus, I love you, brother, but I'm telling you, you think I'm blackpilling? No, I'm speaking the truth, but people don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear there's hope. Keep voting. Keep voting. We're going to vote our way out of this. No, we're not going to vote our way out of this. It's not going to happen. But I know you'll keep hoping that it will happen when you see that it won't. And even if Massie wins, even Doc said it, even Andy says it, even Suleiman has been saying it. Beatrice has been pounding the drums on this. Even if he wins, so what? He's going to be a tiny little ant floating on a 700-ton log flowing down the Amazon. He's not going to change jack diddly squat nothing. There's a saying in Washington, D.C., there's a million ants running around on a giant log floating down the river, and every one of them think they're in control. But the unseen hand is driving that log. And I'll land it there.
So, I mean, what are we doing then? I mean, what's the point of the moral resistance if everyone's just not going to vote, just give up? So we're just going to wait here and for Suleiman to
Yep.
tell us when we're going to stop paying our mortgages and, civil disobedience. I mean, otherwise, there's no point.
Yep.
If I didn't believe in the system, I wouldn't spend a second, talking to you guys and trying to, have intelligent discourse to figure out how to win our system back. I think the vote definitely counts. And, Ron Paul, Pat Buchanan, Thomas Massie, Mark, Green, all those, they stay true to their message. Yes, they get coerced from the inside, but it doesn't work. The ones that speak loudly and speak for the truth, I don't think they've wavered. So, it's a marathon, I just don't have that, defeatist attitude, I hate to call it that. That's how I view that. So I would I mean, I'm gonna fight till the day I die, and even if it doesn't, if I see moderate changes in my lifetime, I'll be happy with that. You know, I see human history in the scale of, you know, hundreds of years, you know, even thousands of years, not, you know, selfishly in 100-year terms, you know, because generally that's how we view history within our own lifespan. But you know, even if this movement pays off in 300 years, it's still a big W.
So just coming back to sorry, I was reading the super chat. Oh my god, why are they attacking Doc for? And all the boomers. Jabba said, after they screwed us over, boomers want to run away and enjoy life. Anyway, let's go to
Oh shit!
Doctor.
I'm about to die. Give me a
Jabba,
fucking break.
Doc, Jabba's being cheeky. He was being cheeky to Andrew and myself last night, so we gave him his first ever timeout for 10 seconds. He's just being cheeky,
Okay.
Doc.
Well, don't pick on me. I'm old and cranky.
Don't attack the Doc, bro.
We know,
Do not
Doc.
attack the Doc. So just let's go to Dr. Michael, because I already know you're going to be like, it's all fake and all that. So once we get to the whole black belt thing, then it's all fake and it's a facade and we're in the matrix, which is a fair point to make. But we just want to talk about the election for a couple more minutes. So Dr. Michael, let's go to you. What's your thoughts on this election? Thomas Massie, anti-Zionist candidate. What's your view on what's going on?
Well, I mean, if Massie is correct, then things look good for him in the race. The polling is suggesting that he's doing well. That's what he's saying. He went on Fox News, I think, saying this, and so I think, as I said yesterday, I think he'll pull this out. And I've said why I think it's a very important race. Now there are people out there saying, well, you know, Massie's gotten Zionist money too. Well, he got $1 million through a PAC from this guy Stephen Yass. The guy is a Zionist, but look, there was $30 million funneled through this Kentucky MAGA PAC to Ed Gowron, and this is enormous spending. So they've done everything, plus put out the Secretary of War. You know, and Trump doing like 4 to 5 posts about this today. I mean, they're doing everything in their power. Trump made the most absurd statement. He said that Massie was against transgenderism and against men in sports and, you know, against open borders, as if this was something that was terrible, because these are policies that Trump himself supports. So it's a total gaslighting, unless he's completely slipping a gear. They're totally gaslighting about this.
Just wanna welcome Dan onto the stage as well. He just dropped off, but as soon as Dan comes back on again, we'll get him. We'll speak to him straight away. But sorry, go Dr. Michael.
Oh yeah, I saw Dan, and there he is. I'll defer. Let Dan speak.
Yeah, he's just on listeners. He just dropped off. So just when he's on listeners for me, he just glitched out. So as soon as he's back up again. Yeah, Dan.
If just Dan, if you can hear, I've sent you the mic in DM. So if you leave,
Okay,
there we go.
I don't know what it is. Your spaces always glitch out for me. Maybe it's me.
It's not you, it's our space.
But yeah.
Attack them. But Dan, what's your thoughts on this? Massie, he's going against what is it? Almost $20 to $30 million worth of AIPAC/Israeli money. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I just met with his biggest donor last week. In fact, it's crazy what's going on. I mean, it's kind of a mask off moment, if you will. I mean, this is so clearly an establishment attack. I mean, Trump visited his district. They're sending in all this Jewish donor money, and why are they choosing to spend like 10x what they have on any other rep race? Is because this is the guy that's trying to uncover the Epstein files and predominantly responsible for the release. So I don't know. It's like they're just not even hiding it anymore. It's kind of a crazy thing.
How big is that they're not hiding it anymore? And this race has become huge now, because if they could take someone like Massie, who got almost 76% in the previous primary, and have it where either he loses or is so close does not show and demonstrate the level of power and occupation that the US has.
You know, it's funny, man. I hadn't even considered the possibility of him losing until like a day ago. And so I never really like stepped back and thought about what that would look like. And look, I've done everything I can to try and help Massie. I've donated the max to his campaign. I've done as many posts as I can do. I've, prompted other people to post, like I'm as team Massie as you can get. But that said, I had to look at the realistic possibility of like, what if he got unseated and what would be the, effects and implications of that? And I actually don't know. Like, obviously, like I said, I'm rooting for him. But there's a part of me that thinks if he actually does get unseated, it might really, really, really radicalize people. Because if this was a nationwide race, I think he would win in an absolute landslide. But since it's restricted to his district and they're pumping all this money into his district, it's kind of showing everybody like how corrupt this is. And I don't know. I don't know. Obviously, like I said, I'm rooting for him to win. But I think if he does get unseated, it could potentially change the landscape for 2028 of, how many people actually turn out to vote because they're just so fucking pissed off about this.
Yeah, what does that say about the hubris of the Israeli lobby? Because I was thinking about the same thing, Dan. I was thinking this is a lose-lose for them. It makes no sense whatsoever what they've done. Because if Massie wins, it shows Trump's weak. His endorsement means nothing. He's lost all power. He's tried harder in this race than anything else. It shows the Israeli lobby can be defeated, and it'll galvanize a lot of people to support you, to support Anthony Aguilar, to support Greg Stoker, and the various other independent candidates who we all love and support. In addition to that, though, if, as you said, if Massie was to lose, people will be blackpilled. People won't believe in the political system anymore. You would radicalize people. You would blackpill people. People will turn against the system more than anything else. And those in power, one of the things they can never have is people turn against the system.
Yeah, I don't know what that's going to look like. I mean, I've said this numerous times. I think in a year and a half or so, people are going to be super radical no matter what. This would just maybe accelerate that process a little bit because it kind of proves everything that we've been talking about. I mean, just the fact they're spending all this money proves what we're talking about. But yeah, I don't know. And as far as Aguilar, I think he actually dropped out. The last I talked to him, I think he
No. I
he,
talked to him.
he dropped out of the Green Party and then he dropped out of the race totally. No,
No, I interviewed him yesterday. I basically have him on my show nearly every day, every other day, and he's removed himself from the Green Party, and
I knew
he's
that.
totally
Yeah.
independent. But no, he's still running.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because I saw something where he said he was not going to run, but I guess he's changed his mind again. Yeah, the Green Party thing. I guess him and Brian McGinnis left that as well. They said it was kind of a super radical, almost like a terrorist party, like an Antifa style leftist. I mean, I know they were like pushing a ton of like race stuff on Brian. And I think we, ended up like not really talking too much after that. And I guess they went to something at Andy Frisella's house or whatever for First Form. And some of the people from his party said, like, you guys can't post pictures from that. And so I think that was probably the final straw for that falling out.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think there's any utility in joining the Green Party. Either you do what you did, which I think is actually the right play to make, which is to join a party and try and defeat within the party. But then worst other option is independent, because I think independent is just so difficult. People are conditioned over all this time to either vote Republican or Democrat, that getting them to vote independent. I know their argument, because I spoke to them, they say that, look, the only way you do it is by training people and it'll take time. But I mean, do we have the time?
Well, I mean, that and just like historically, like nobody ever wins doing that, So it sounds great, but one of the things that you learn when you start kind of like throwing yourself into these political races is just how conditioned people are, what a large majority of the voters care about, and so many of them think that it's like a bipartisan issue. It's like, oh, we got to get these Democrats out, and then we're going to fix everything. It's like they're just conditioned to really want to hear like the Republican talking points, and the worst thing you could be is a rhino or whatever. I don't know. It's really dumb, honestly. It's surprisingly inauthentic, and but the thing is, it just works. Like people just, they respond to these ads. They respond to politicians telling them exactly what they want to hear. And that's the crazy thing is you could just literally tell these people anything you want. You could be like, hey, I'm going to buy everybody in the district 10 Ferraris, get elected and say, hey, go fuck your mother. And there's nothing they can do. Like that's one of the things I want to stop is like there should be actual accountability to what you say. And if you totally rug pull your constituents and just lie to them, or knowingly lie to them once you're in, like there should be, you know, legal repercussions, but there just isn't. Like you could just say anything you want. And yeah, it's just a sad state of affairs. So you've got a bunch of gullible people that just believe, what they do is they basically poll the area. They say, okay, these people care about this, this, and this. Randy Fine goes in there and he just, tells them exactly what they want to hear. He doesn't do any of it, doesn't give a fuck, but just tells them, And so then the next district is like, oh, well, these guys care about this, this, and this. So he goes in there and tells them that. Then they vote for him. And then, he sends all their money to Israel and tells them to go fuck off and then pass the anti Semitism laws. It's like, it's such a crazy rigged game. But that's, it is what it is.
Just to let you know, the polls have closed now in Kentucky. It is 6 p.m. Eastern. We're probably going to start getting results coming in the next 10-15 minutes or so. So we'll continue to give you those. Well, we'll start to give you those as and when we receive them. But the polls have closed in Kentucky. It is 6 p.m. Eastern, and the results are coming in. Dan, Trump has been trying really, really hard to make Massie lose. It was the very first time he posted on Twitter for a very long time. If I remember right, the last time he did something like this was when he was pumping his meme coin. What's your thoughts on Trump basically pushing this so hard?
I mean, that guy's willing to do anything he can to stop the Epstein file release. I mean, it's become pretty clear. And yeah, it's just it's very incriminating. I mean, why else would you go after Massie so fucking hard? And the funny thing is, you look back, like Charlie Kirk was a huge Massie supporter. A lot of people have been. I mean, the guy's one of the best the best representatives we have in the country. So yeah, I think I've said this numerous times, like it's a, Massey support is a good litmus test for whether or not, you're on the right side or you're not. And you see the people that are coming out against Massey, the Laura Loomers, the fucking Mark Levins, all the scumbags, Miller and whatever. So Stephen Miller, it's just like, it's pretty clear, it's, they're showing their true colors.
No doubt, no doubt. And in terms of the specifics of what's happening here, if you actually look at it, Massey is someone who already had a seat. You're new, Greg Stoker's new, Anthony Aguilar's new, and all you anti-Israel people are quite all new. He's old. I mean, if he was to lose, that's like saying that actually things have gone worse since the awakening than better. How much of a monumental impact is that?
Well, I mean, they're not going to spend 30 something million on every district. And so, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's eye opening. I think it's eye opening. I think it's very telling that the guy that's pretty much solely championing the Epstein file release is the guy that's being very specifically targeted. And then you look at who is specifically targeting him. Um, yeah, it's very, very revealing.
Yeah, it's I mean that's the big thing. That's the shocking thing that you basically have it where someone, as you mentioned, has been clamoring for the release of the Epstein files. You have Trump who has made sure it doesn't be released. You have somebody who's against the war in Iran. You have Trump who's taken America into the war with Iran. And I was speaking to Larry Johnson. I sent you the video, but I don't know if you saw it, but he's ex-CIA and he worked with his with what's his Massey's opponent, and he said this guy was incompetent, not really well regarded, not really very well respected. The guy's run away from all debates. He's run away from all interviews, and yet he's got a chance of winning. How crazy is that?
I mean, it just goes to show if you spend enough money, you can buy support, and I think that's the problem with our current system, especially when you have a foreign country that only one foreign country, Israel, that's allowed to lobby, and then everybody else gets designated under FAR, but for some reason they get this carved out exception. And you see how much that political capital has in influencing elections and what politicians do. I mean, it's just very obvious, Now I guess it's just becoming more and more clear by the day how much of a problem this is.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's really, really concerning. And to be honest, I know this is wrong to say, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, actually, I'm not sure what results will be better because the aim is for everyone to wake up. Will more people wake up by Massie losing or more people wake up by Massie winning? But then you no longer have him. He won't have the impact. And well, he's one of the few congressmen who had a huge impact. Like most didn't. But he actually did. He got, as you mentioned, he got the Epstein files released. He did. He worked with the Democrats. I know I don't agree with Rohan on a lot of issues, but he worked with him and got the Epstein files released. So he thinks outside the box, right?
Yeah, I mean, partially released. They haven't released the other half of them, even though they're like 157 days or whatever it is overdue. So we've gotten some. I mean, we've probably gotten the least incriminating half of them. Those half are pretty disgusting. So I can't imagine what they're hiding. But yeah, I mean, here we are. It's it's a crazy thing. And then as far as like whether or not what the best case scenario is, I mean, it's kind of like anything in life. You don't really know if something is good or bad until you see all the downstream negative and positive effects of what happens because of that. So um, I'm hoping that good will prevail over evil and trust in God's plan on this one. And I guess we'll find out. Well, I mean, are we going to get the results in like 10 minutes? Is that what it is?
Well,
Or preliminary results?
well, the polling has closed, and previously, because I was looking at this, it was like 12 minutes in before we start getting results of the first counties. So I'm presuming if we go through the same path, then yeah, we're looking at the next 10 minutes or so when we'll start getting some results come in.
Nice.
So Dan, I just wanted to ask you about your own. You're doing a mammoth task. I'd say it's almost like a David v Goliath. Goliath being in size, not in height. A task of trying to go against Randy Fine in a district which is quite old and full on Zayo. How's your election result going, or how's your election, your election bid going?
Well, I mean, a lot of people just keep, a lot of retards, like Fuentes and Dave Smith are saying that it's, mostly Jewish district. It's like 1 or 2% Jewish. It's actually like one of the least Jewish districts in Florida. But it is a little bit older, by about 6 years or so. That said, there's a lot of veterans in the district, and I'm a veteran, so that gives me a advantage there. So yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an easy task taking out an incumbent. It never is. But I think he's pretty hated, and I don't think he has a crazy amount of support in the district. So once again, it's going to come down to boots on the ground, knocking on doors, spending money, traditional campaign stuff. But I think it's winnable.
Yeah. So by Zionist, I obviously think Zionists are different to Jewish. So I was saying like mainly Zionist, Christian Zionists. A lot of them in the
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are some of the evangelicals. I mean, I met with some of the churches in the district. There was actually some of the preachers that were really kind of on my side on this one. I mean, I think the people that really understand Christianity recognize that, historically many of the popes were, burning the Talmud and expelling the Jews, and understood the fundamental problems with trying to merge Judaism and Christianity. I mean, there never really was an attempt to merge them, but they just saw how kind of at odds the two religions are, right? Like one thinks that, Jesus is the Lord and Savior, and the other thinks that he's burning in hell. So They're clearly, polar opposite religions. Not to mention, Jews think that Christians are idol worshipers, and it's okay to lie, cheat, and steal from them. So, when you understand their fundamental religious belief system, there is no Judeo Christianity. That's a very recent thing. If you look at like when that started to be said, it's like within the last 100 years. So, yeah, waking up the evangelicals, it's not the easiest task, but at the same time, I think there's a bunch of young voters that normally would not come out to vote, but now there's a real chance that they might have to be fucking conscripted into the military. They're going to do a mandatory draft possibly, so these are like real concerns. And if you're a young, I don't know, 20, 30-year-old voter, the idea that you might be drafted into the military and go sent to fight a foreign war that you don't support, if that's not a reason to get out and vote, I don't know what is. So I think there's some motivating factors that you haven't seen before in these races. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, you're right. Look, when you look at the data about Judeo-Christian, that terminology only became popularized after the World War II. Before that, there was kind of hardly any discussions about it, and then you see a major escalation curve immediately after that, and that's obviously in order to take control and occupy Western civilization.
Yep.
And so, in terms of, you just mentioned about your race, you said you spoke to a number of community leaders, you spoke to a number of religious leaders, you went around the area. So, you've already started building the ground game. How, obviously, it is very difficult. It's not easy to build out the ground game, especially for someone who's very new to this. How is that going in terms of the process of, getting your foot soldiers, getting enough people on the ground, getting them to go door to door? It's not like it's a huge county, right? I think it's like 40,000, 50,000. So you need about 20, 30,000 votes and you got a very good chance. So how's that going?
Yeah, they think that we have about 25,000 so far and that we need, around 50 to win. And I think it's 800,000 people in the district. We've got about 37 volunteers. So we're going to be paying some people to knock on doors, and we got some volunteers that are going to be doing that, calling, that are within the district. And then we have another like couple hundred volunteers that are outside of the district. So I think one of the things we're going to probably do is get an Airbnb, train some of the ground team, do some stuff with them, and then send them out to, knock on doors and let people know what the what the truth is of these two campaigns. And that's one of the best ways to reach the older crowd, because you're just not seeing them on social media, and they're not they're not reachable in the standard ways that you otherwise would, because they just they're retired, they don't leave their house, they're kind of watching Fox News all the time. So you got to just get out there and meet with them.
Yeah, and the primaries in August, right, Dan? So you've got
August
3 months.
18th. I think the early voting is like the 15th or something, and then the last is 18th.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, we're looking forward to that. We really are supporting you. We really want you to win, and hope you do well. And if there's anything you need, do give us a shout. Don't feel like we're always there for you.
Cool. Sounds good, brother. Well, it's good chatting with you. I'm gonna bail. Hopefully we get some good news in 5-10 minutes.
Hopefully, short. Hopefully we do. Appreciate you coming on as always, Dan. Thank you so much.
Okay, brother. See you.
Appreciate it. That was Dan Blazarian. Guys, if you're in his county, which Dr. Michael's going to give us a bit more information on, if you're in Dan Blazarian's county, where he's fighting against Randy Fine, do everything in your power to win. You can see now, these guys have spent 25 million. You don't want to end up on the last day scrambling to try and help someone like Dan win. Go to his county. If you can volunteer, if you're in Florida, go to Florida, help volunteer, help knock on doors, help get him elected. If you're not in the county, then he said there's about 200 volunteers outside the county. I'm sure they've got different jobs for them to do. Maybe it's ringing or various other things. Help out in that. And if you've got the ability, then help support his campaign as well. So shout out to Dan. We really want him to beat Randy Fine, and hope he does win. Yeah. Dr. Michael, is there anything you want to add on that? Because I know as I've been working very hard to try and get as many non-Zionist, so many anti-Zionist candidates elected as possible. So Dr. Michael, is there anything you want to add about the district that he's fighting in, and then anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you waited to ask me this when he was gone, because otherwise I could get in trouble with the FEC. It could look like coordination, because we're running ads down there. I just put together a package. We're running ads on TV and radio and social media connected to Florida, to that district, and billboards against Randy Fine. So we can't coordinate with the campaign. We can't coordinate with the candidate. So it's good that you didn't ask me while he was in the room, because I couldn't answer. But yeah, we're fully behind Dan, and really, we've been against Randy Fine before Dan got in the race, and we stay in that position, of course. We ended up switching our endorsement entirely from Aaron Baker. We pulled our endorsement not as an anti-Aaron Baker statement, but because we believe we need to consolidate around a single candidate and the one who has the best chance, and I think that's Dan. So that's why we did it. There are some things about Aaron that I found out later that I don't like, but that wasn't why we did it. So I just want to make that known.
Appreciate that, Dr. Michael. Joe, does anything jump in? Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm just, how far away are we from finding out if I'm right or not?
You're right about what?
That Massie doesn't win, like I said before.
Oh, you don't think Massie's going to win?
Well, remember I said he's not doing enough to win because he doesn't have the right messaging. He's not worried about what the people's actual pain point is. And you can't win unless you have more money than your competitor if you don't do that stage right. So if you're not talking to the pain points of your constituent and your competitor has more money, always throughout all of history, the person with the most money wins. The only reason why Trump is a standout in the elections is because he addressed people that felt forgotten, the forgotten Americans, the coal miners, the people returning from war, addressed their exact pain point, and he was able to use them to convince everyone else. Massie's not doing that. And that's what I was saying before, and everyone on the panel pushed back on me. Yes, he is. He's not, right? This is what I've done for 30 years. He has not. He's more than likely not going to win.
Well, I think he's more than likely going to win. And if you're wrong in your original statement, Joe, I love you, but you're wrong. Hillary Clinton far outweighs Trump in 2016 election.
By double. And I was, and Doc, I was on a TED Talk stage. Go watch my TED Talk. I literally say Trump is going to win, even though I don't like him, right? And even though he's raised half the amount of money. For the first time in 50 years, a candidate's going to win with less money because he got people to wear those red hats, wouldn't take them off even if they took a shower.
Right. And
he built
the
a
fact
movement.
is that the first point you made up here was that money always wins. And you just provided the perfect example that you yourself made at the time, that money doesn't always win. And I think we're going to see that proved again with Thomas Massie, because he is speaking the truth. He is talking to Republicans like myself when he talks about the Epstein files, when he talks about the broken promises about going to war. No, because Massie doesn't address those issues that you think are key to Republicans like myself still living here in America. I don't agree with that assessment.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard the first part. I said, except money always wins, except if you rile up your base and target the pain points the way Trump did. I don't feel Massie did that just from having structured this type of thing for brands. He's talking to a very wide base, but that's typically not what works. Is you need to know specifically who you're talking to. Or do I see moms for Massie? Do I see forgotten Americans for Massie? Do I see bikers for Massie? Do I see any of that where he addressed a specific pain point to a specific group that's going to love him to death? I haven't seen it.
And well, the only group that he needs to address isn't a national group. It isn't moms for Massie. It's just the district in Kentucky. And Massie had 95% support of those Republicans in that district in 2024. Trump had 65%. So Massie and the Zionists had to overcome that initial breath of support, the difference between he and Trump. And I don't think there's any way that Trump standing alongside the Zionists, protecting the pedophiles by refusing to release all the Epstein files and to continue to fight foreign wars, which he promised he wouldn't, that's more than enough for those Kentuckians in that district to continue to support the man that they originally
Well,
elected and
we'll
continued
see.
to elect 3 times.
We'll see. I don't think that addresses those things are great and people care about those things, but that's not really like Epstein is not a pain point for anyone except for people that were affected by Epstein. A
I think
pain
that's
point is
so
something
wrong. It
I,
is a complete renunciation of Trump's repeated promises of attacking the deep state. There's no difference between characterizing those who desire to squelch our constitutional rights and freedoms, between characterizing them as supporters for Epstein
Mhm.
and those who are credibly accused and going after the deep state. Trump is protecting the deep state by keeping the Epstein files closed, by claiming he has been completely exonerated by what was released, and ignoring all of the victims whom Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene and others of the Freedom Caucus brought to light and forced Trump into signing a new law. I think people,
I can
mothers care about pedophiles. I think women care about pedophiles, and men like me care about pedophiles. And Trump is protecting them and refusing to go after the deep state.
I can break this down to a science if people really want me to. Okay.
Well, that's not what anybody's
And I'm not
asking.
saying
We don't
and I'm
want
not
another
saying
TED talk.
no, yeah, but you're saying I'm telling you what a pain point is as someone who's done this for Airbnb, for Corona Beer, for Dove Real Beauty. Like I've done this at a mass level, right? A pain point is something that's in your it's called your RAS, your reticular activating system. It's something that will snap you out of your attention to call attention to it. Okay. Same way that miners were worried about what are they going to do to their town, or vets when they came back with their health care, and are they coming back to a better country? If those two groups of people didn't absolutely love Trump, you wouldn't care about Trump, Doc. Do you understand? You need social proof in order to care about something. We all do. You need social proof. Unless you're an expert in that area. If you're an expert in that area, then you'll be able to get attention for it.
No,
That's
I
it.
don't think being an
Okay.
expert tells
Can I
people what
finish?
they
I didn't
value.
interrupt you, Doc. I didn't interrupt you.
No, we're
Okay.
having a
Listen. No,
discussion.
we're not. I let you
Okay,
finish.
go ahead.
Okay. Let me finish.
But
There
but
is so
please
you
stop telling me how it is that people's values
okay,
are
you're a
articulated in the
professional who
political
builds
space
yes,
because you
you're
had
a
a TED
professional who
talk.
builds tribes.
That's your
It's not
opinion.
because I
You've been a
build
professional. There's thousands of professionals that do that, and there are some, I'm certain, who don't agree with you.
um Doc, I don't know. I mean, maybe you should look me up and look up my history and look up why,
Joe, what makes you think that I
I'm
haven't
cited
done that?
I'm cited by
I'm not compelled by your resume. I'm compelled by
oh,
the arguments you're making now and how you
yes,
support.
and I'm telling you that the arguments that you make is a pain point is not something that you simply care about. There's many things I care about. They're not pain points. Do you understand? To you, the drug thing is a super big pain point, right? I noticed that because you defended Trump when he went to go attack boats off of Venezuela, and you tied that to your emotional story about your kid. That to you is a pain point. That to
No,
you is something you're
I
super
tied it to
accurate
the
about.
fact that thousands and thousands of children are dying of fentanyl overdoses. That is the pain point that, to put it in your vernacular, that
Mhm.
people care
Okay,
about, and that's why Trump got away with
guys,
it.
we're starting to get the first votes in. I'm gonna give it back to you. Actually,
We'll
I
see.
probably shouldn't have interrupted so soon because there's only been 45 votes counted. But 45 votes, which isn't much, has been counted up to now. Ed Galleron has 30 of those votes, and Thomas Massey has 15. But obviously, we'll continue to give it as and when we receive it. Sorry, back to you, Joe and Doc.
Look, we could agree to disagree. There's a difference between a pain point and caring about something. A pain point, you can only hold three of them at a time in your brain. They are the three things that affect you the most. That's a pain point. You only get love when you address someone's pain point like that. That's how love is created. That's how you build tribes. That's exactly what Trump did early on. And I announced it early on when he was only 20% in the polls back in Hillary. I also said he's
And
probably
that's
not
why I
going to win in
supported him in
2020.
2015 and 2016 for the
Yeah, but in
exact same reason.
2020, as soon as Biden outraised him in August, they said he's not winning.
That election was stolen by fraud.
Yeah, okay.
That is not supportive or of either one of our positions.
Yeah, it would be nice for them to prove it at least once. If there's so much
It's
evidence it
been
was
it's been
stolen, they
proven. Just
can't
because it
prove.
hasn't been proven in court,
Then that means it's not proven, Doc. You would
that,
argue the
that's
opposite
because
if you're
they
on the
haven't
opposite side.
prosecuted a single person.
Because
When
they
you don't
can't.
have it, you don't have an
They
independent
can't.
judicial
The cyber
review of
ninjas,
any of this.
the cyber ninjas, which were Republicans, went and reviewed the votes, and then they came back and they're like, wait a minute, there's actually more fraud in favor of the Republicans than the Democrats. And we're
That's
Republicans.
either someone has fooled you or that's a
No,
lie,
that's the
because that's
cyber
not what
ninjas
the evidence
report.
shows.
The cyber ninjas report, which were heavily far right, came back after reviewing the votes in Arizona and said, wait a minute, there is fraud, but it's for the Republicans.
Yeah, that's
I hate to
ridiculous.
tell you, and
I've
that's
heard of
someone
the
from your
cyber
side.
ninjas. I don't
That's
accord
from your
them as
side.
authorities on the fraud. I've got dozens of Substack articles and dozens of spaces. I've listened to experts. I've seen the videos. I know what fraud is. I was
Yeah,
an
then
attorney
present
poll watch. I
evidence.
was an attorney poll watcher for the
Yeah.
Republican Party in California in the recall election of Newsom. I had proof of fraud. It
I
went
don't
up.
care about your resume, Doc. I don't care about your resume. How's it
Okay,
feel? I don't
but
care
I'm
about your resume.
Okay,
Well, I'm speaking to the
guys, one
crowd,
second.
not just to you. I don't care to convince you,
Okay,
Joel.
Doc.
Just as you don't care to convince
Okay,
me.
Doc.
We're speaking
Okay,
to the
Doc. It
crowd.
looks like you can't hear me. Doc, I'm just gonna give some more results, and I think you guys are kind of. We'll see who's right about this. And I think there's multiple factors to it. But just quickly, more results are coming in. Ed Galleran. I haven't got the. I'm looking for the specifics of the counties, but Ed Galleran is leading Thomas Massie at the moment. 4,064 votes are in. Ed Galleran has 55% of the votes, and Thomas Massie has 45% of the votes. So currently, Thomas Massie is losing his congressional seat. We're only 4,000 votes in. I believe in the last election it was 40,000 votes. So that sounds like about 10% votes. Obviously, there'll probably be more people who voted this time. But that's the latest news on that. Obviously, we continue to give that as and when we receive it. I don't want to be rude to any one of you. Did you guys kind of finish your point? Because it's like,
No, I'm done.
yeah.
I'm done.
Let's go to Andy. Andy, is there anything you want to add at the moment? Thomas Massie is
I mean,
losing.
obviously it's early, so we don't know how it's going to break down. It's saying, I'm looking on Election Desk HQ, it's saying Ed with 53.72% with 4% of the vote in. So obviously it's
Yeah,
really
4% of the
early.
votes in. Yeah, I'm looking at.
Yeah, so you can't really glean much from 4% of the vote. I mean,
Yeah, obviously can't, but
I
we're
think
just.
they were saying that Ed was going to win the early vote, and then Massie was going to win on election day or something. So if this is the early vote that Ed was expected to win, then Massie should still be. I mean, obviously that's just one report I saw.
Okay, cool. Okay, so more thing. Okay, cool. We saw what we've got the votes mainly from is Kenton County. So 16% of the votes of Kenton County have been voted. That's 16%. From Kenton County specifically, Ed Galleran has 54% of the votes. Thomas Massie has 45% of the votes. Ed Galleran has 2,223 votes. Thomas Massie has 1,841. Now, Kenton County in the previous election, just to give you that. Oh, flip, I had it saved in that. Okay, I'll find it in a second. But anyway, that's kind of the latest on. It's on this screen. That's why. Okay, so Kenton.
Green Up as well, Suleiman. If you scroll up, Green Up has some results have come in for Green Up as well.
Okay, and so in the last election, Thomas Massie had got 74% of the votes in Kenton County, which is 80. So he got 6,887 votes last time. So he's looking like Massie may be losing one of the counties that he did win previously. What was the other one you mentioned? Greenup. Greenup only has a small amount of votes, is 9%, right? Is that the one you're talking about? Or has he got a bit? So
Yeah, yeah.
Greenup has 9% of the votes. At the moment, Ed Galleran is winning in Greenup. 261 votes to Ed Galleran and 173 votes to Thomas Massie. 60% to Galleran, 40% to Massie. Galeron is also winning in that county, and that county specifically, Massie won with 77% of the votes. He got 2,374 votes. So I know it's very early, so I know Andy, like, oh, it's very early. Yeah, of course it's very early, hence why it's called early results, right? We're going to continue to give it as and when we receive it. But at the moment, things are not looking good for Massie. Obviously, things may change as, Andy mentioned, that things may change throughout the night. And obviously, they will do. We're going to be getting the results over the next... Last time it took about 3 hours to get the results, so obviously we'll give you it as and when we receive it.
Do they have early voting in that Kentucky district?
I believe they do, Doc.
Well, so these will be votes that were mailed in,
Highly
right?
likely, Doc.
Not those made today, for example.
And do you want to explain to the audience why that's relevant, Doc? Doc?
Well, do I?
Yeah, like in the sense of like early voting generally when it's Democrat, Republicans, Democrats kind of do better on it, but in a specific Republican primary, if you can elaborate on why you...
Yeah, no, I think generally speaking, early votes have favored the Democratic parties, both in national, at least in state elections here in California, because they're better organized, they have better turnouts. They're the ones who supported, promoted, and legalized the early voting. Trump and the Republicans have tried to pass a bill at a federal level this past year unsuccessfully that would require same-day voting only. Because the mail-in votes, because they're handled either by the U.S. Post Office or by groups typically funded by Democrats who help elderly and others. And the state of California, certainly what they're helping is illegal aliens to vote, which becomes permissible under California's lax laws. All an illegal alien would have to do to acquire the right to vote in California is to check a box on his driver's license. Illegal aliens are allowed to have driver's license even though they're illegal aliens because we're a sanctuary state. And the reason that was done here in California
just on that,
was to allow for...
Because I'm just going to give some more results, but and do finish what you're saying, so I'm not trying to interrupt or be rude. But then also explain why it's relevant to the because this is Republicans, not Democrat against Republican. We've got some results coming in from Spencer County. Only 1% in, but up to now, Galeron is leading in Spencer County as well. He has 66% of the votes. Massie has 33%, but only 45 votes have come in. But I'm just giving you the updates, just so we want everyone to be aware of what's going on. It's election night. It's a very important race. Sorry, back to you, Doc.
Yeah, so I think early voting tends, even before the advent of mail-in voting or early voting, favor the Democratic Party because they are just always on message, very focused, very organized in electing and re-electing their representatives. But what we'll start to see at some point, which I expect to see, is Massie taking the lead as people who have voted based on information they've received the last 2 weeks, for example. I don't know when early voting ended, or maybe it hasn't yet, or when it started. But I think you'll start to see, if I'm correct, and I'm not suggesting that I'm absolutely correct, because what we're facing here that we haven't faced in any recent election is just the flood of money on one side of this, the Democratic side. Really, in effect, it's the Democratic side because they're trying to get rid of Massie, even though this is a Republican primary. They've pushed up this guy, Ed Galeron, who's a Zionist and who's going to do whatever it is that the Israelis say. And they've spent anywhere from 30 million to 35 million to $50 million against Massie's 5. So if Massie does lose, I don't think it's because pain points weren't addressed by Massie. I think it's because of the titanic flood of money, ads, door knocking, and support that has been given by the Zionists to Ed Galeron.
Yeah, definitely.
How do you know it's Democratic money that's getting involved, Doc? You said the flood of Democratic money.
I don't think
you know.
Look, it's not Democratic money in the sense that it's the Democrats pushing this, but it's money that's in support of the Zionist agenda, which heretofore has always been something that Democrats had supported. The only reasons that Democrats, to the extent that they are at all, are attacking Trump on his failure to release all the Epstein files, or his failure to comply with his word not to fight any more wars, is because we have a uniparty here. And to break it down, discussion between Democrats and Republicans doesn't really detail out the exact nature of this political race or even the 2024 race, which we saw Republican money, Zionist money. Of course, what's her face, the casino owner from Las Vegas, supposedly gave Trump $100 million for 2024. And was there a quid pro quo there? It certainly seems like it. I'm going to give you that $100 million. I'm not going to give it to a Democrat. I'm going to give it to you because I know that you're down with the cause. And why was he down with the cause? Because I believe he's blackmailed by the Epstein files. And that's why he didn't go after the deep state. That's why we're in this war. And that's why he's protecting pedophiles.
So,
Let me just, thanks for that talk. Let me just give a quick update and then pass it back to Suleiman. So basically, guys, we're focusing on Kentucky, specifically Republican versus Republican, Ed Gallerin and Thomas Massie. 3.7% of the overall expected votes are in. There's an estimated remaining 120,000 votes thus far across all counties. Ed Gallerin has got 55.3% and Thomas Massie has got 44.7%. So 2,514 votes are with Ed Gallerin, and Thomas Massie has got 2,029 votes in total. I'll pass it to Suleiman.
yeah, brilliant. I was going to give that information. Okay, let's go to Arcas. Arcas, jump in.
Oh, thanks, Solomon. Yeah, I think, my view is this is nothing more than controlled opposition. However, if we do want to take this and suppose that this election is actually going to make a difference, or the outcome is going to make a difference of any kind, I don't know how you could believe that there's a deep state. I don't know how you could think that a deep state would allow one person to come in and overturn everything that's going on in the deep state. So all the corruption, everything that we're seeing, I was listening to the interview with JD Vance today, and one of the reporters, one of the last questions was,
Your mic's not great.
they said,
Ed, you got a lot of background noise. I think you're in a busy area.
Here, let me fix it.
Thank you. Okay, it's really bad. Unless it's me and I'm just tired. I don't know if it's just me or is it back?
No, I was actually
No, I
going to
couldn't
say,
hear
if
back
you
then.
can.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Oh, perfect.
Is that better?
Much better.
Sorry about that. So all I was saying is that, I believe they're all controlled opposition, but if we do take this for face value, when we believe this election is at face value, could make a difference, I don't know how you could actually believe in the deep state. Do you think the deep state would allow one individual to come in and overturn everything that they have in place? I mean, the level of corruption and the orchestration of all the powers that be is far more than one individual. And if one individual was going to come in and actually pose a real threat, do you think they would allow that? Either they would buy him off, or they would threaten his life or the life of his family members. There's no way they would allow. That's if you believe in the deep state. If you believe that politics is as we see it, then perhaps he has a chance. But I don't see how anybody, knowing or having any insight to the level of corruption in the government, they could believe that this one person is going to come in and overturn everything. I mean, this is what Trump had talked about when he ran. I mean, he said it on stage. But what I was saying about today at the JD Vance, when he did the press conference.
Just some more news. Thanks for that. I got the overall point. I kind of knew what you were going to say. What do you call it again? The prediction markets are basically saying 85% chance Ed Gallerin wins and only 15% chance Thomas Massie wins as well. So things are not looking good at the moment, obviously, but this is just how it is. We're giving you the news as and when we receive it. This is why you join this space, live updates and live information in real time. Mancos, thanks for joining us. Anything you want to add in on this conversation?
Can I finish my point, Solomon? Or, I was patiently waiting. Thanks. Go for it. I was just going to say that, today at the press conference, JD Vance, one of the last reporters, had brought up Trump's trades and like his stock market trades. And the fact that a lot of the trades he made were the same stocks that he put on True Social or tweeted out with exact ticker symbols. And basically, I mean, you cannot get any more insider trading than the president of the United States posting out tweets about certain stocks, and then there being proof that he had traded those stocks. And he was asked about it, and JD Vance kind of said, "Oh, you think he's actually on his phone on Robinhood making these tweets? He has financial advisors." I mean, he totally circumvented the question. And of course, it doesn't matter who is actually doing the trading for Trump. So this is how deep these things run. And so I just, again, I'm a high school teacher, and so I see kids in school. We do mock elections, and we indoctrinate children at a very young age to make them think that elections actually matter. Solomon, I've heard you yourself say that you don't believe really that all these elections, they're all rigged. They're all rigged. And so I think that this is what we do. We indoctrinate kids at a young age to believe that we live in a democracy and that your vote matters. And if you don't like what's going on, you vote for the next person in power, and they will bring change because we, the people, are the one that actually are in control. And then I think people are realizing now that we are not in control. And, these spaces are amazing and we have all this knowledge, but how do we really affect change? Most people have no idea about politics, period, because again, it's something we don't teach in school. So to get people thinking on that level that there is a deep state, that politics are rigged, I mean, that alone is just a hurdle that most people, we would never be able to effectuate that change. So I think, again, there's more to it than that. And I heard some people in here say, so you think we should just give up on the election system? Well, I'll leave it at this. Last thing I'll say is I'm a Christian, and I believe if you live in the world, then you're not of God. So if you live in the world and you love the world, then you're not of God. So focus on God, because this world will continue to let you down. And if you believe that Satan is the ruler of the world, then we're never going to be able to effectuate change.
Thanks for that, Art. Thanks for your thoughts. Mango, go ahead, jump in.
Just Manco's just taking his time to unmute his mic. Let me just give an update to everybody. Thanks for that, Art. Just focusing on the election results, guys, and we will keep jumping in. So Grinup, 9.5% is in. Gallery is leading by 60%. Massie has got 39.9%, 260 votes versus 173 votes. Kenton, 16.2% in. Gallery leading by 2,223. Massie's got 1,841. That's 54.7 versus 45.3% of the votes. And there was a third one, Spencer. I think Suleiman mentioned this earlier, only 1% still in. Just as a recap, Gallery's got 30 votes at 66.7%, and Massie's got 15 votes at 33.3%. And we'll keep you posted as the results come out. Live updates right here, guys. Please do share the space. Let everybody know we're giving live updates here. Go ahead, Manco.
Yeah, so I mentioned the other day that I looked into some polling because the prediction markets did go against Massie. I think it was yesterday. And I looked into the polling, and it did look like Massie was behind in the three most recent polls. He was pretty even in one of them that was about 3 days prior. And then the more recent two polls, he was about 5% behind. So it did look like things were starting to go against him. And of course, yesterday, Trump came out very big against Massie. There was a bit of controversy today because Massie's campaign mass texted all the people on the list that they have, to send out their texts or emails to and stuff like that, that Trump had endorsed him. And that was very dishonest. Trump did, in fact, endorse Massie years ago. And Massie tweeted out that, not tweeted, but mass texted out that to the constituents, trying to trick them into thinking, maybe the low information voters, to trick them into thinking that Trump had endorsed him this time around, when in fact Trump has gone very much against him and all in for his opponent. That's sort of a dirty trick. But I do think it's more likely that Massie's going to lose. The idea of, since this is Republican versus Republican in a primary, early voting versus late voting probably isn't going to make much of a difference. And the geography, because in Republican versus Democrat, the Democrats always win hugely in the big cities, and the Republicans tend to outperform in the rural areas. But since this is Republican versus Republican, none of that's really going to make much of a difference. There might end up being a little bit of a difference, at the end of the day, when you look back in hindsight and see that maybe, some people in certain areas listen to Trump more versus some people in certain areas maybe have been more in favor of Massie. But this is a Trump versus Massie sort of competition. And I think the sort of Israeli angle doesn't matter to the vast majority of voters. It matters a lot to people on X. It does not matter to people in some district in Kentucky very much. They are going to look at this as Trump v. Massie. And so I think that gives Trump sort of an edge because he is still the leader of the Republican Party. And I think if Massie loses, what that's going to do is make Trump more powerful. It's going to make people in Congress who are Republicans more willing to toe the line and to vote the way they're told by the House and Senate whips. And they will have this threat of being primaried held over their head. Trump, this isn't the first time this has happened. Trump just recently, within a few weeks, primaried a bunch of people who I think it was because they were refusing to redistrict in favor of getting a more Republican map in their state. So they all got targeted for primaries and most of them lost. So I think this is an ongoing thing, and it's going to be an ongoing theme where Trump is going to target a lot of people who aren't on board with his agenda for primaries. And the more he wins these, especially a high stakes one where there was a lot of resistance put up like Massie, the more people are just going to fall in line. That's all.
Thanks, Amanko. Amanda, jump in and then we'll go to Joy.
Yeah, thanks so much for letting me speak for a second here. Make sure everybody reposts the space. It's kind of odd, isn't it, that us Americans are getting the election results from Britain? But there's no way I'm turning on Fox News or CNN. If I'm like Doc, I'm a bit older, I'm 68. My first election I voted in was also for Reagan in 1980. And I come from a house, my dad was very politically involved. Even when I lived out of the country for 11 years, I made sure I got my absentee ballot to do my duty. If Massie loses, and I kind of think he's going to lose, it's going to be very disheartening to people like me. Because it's going to show that it's going to prove actually that we cannot peacefully take back this country, because most of us know we're not voting our way out of it anyway. The fact that so much money has been poured in, what is this, up to $30 million to defeat him now? you know, to protect pedophiles. I'm here in Texas. I've been volunteering for Greg Stoker. The issue with Greg Stoker is he's running in my district. It's a Trump district. He's running in the Green Party. It kind of suits him because he is very liberal, politically speaking, but this is not a Green Party liberal district. My guess is I don't have a lot of high hopes. He's a great guy, but politically speaking, we probably don't agree on a lot, other than he's very anti-Zionist, which I am too. Um, here in my state, I get to choose in my Senate Republican race one pedophile protector, Paxton, against the other pedophile protector, Cornyn. The entire state is like this. It is completely lost. It's completely zogged out. Very disheartening. And I'm kind of like Doc. Since I started this with you guys right after October 7th and learning, I had no grandchildren. I now have 4 grandsons under the age of 2.5, with another grandson due late fall. And I'm starting to wonder. Us boomers get berated all the time for being boomers. Maybe I too will sit back and think about things, and I don't know, 10 years left, maybe I might want to just go and enjoy my life with the grandkids. But it's been a great fight. But I think if he loses, we're going to learn that we cannot change this peacefully. Our Constitution is written that the American people can take back our government. It's in there. So I'm still praying for Massie, but you know, I hope Dan wins. I'd like to see the tide change, but I don't have a lot of hope anymore. So I hate to be a black pillar today, but that's kind of how I'm feeling. Thanks so much for letting me speak.
Appreciate that, Amanda. Appreciate you, and yeah, it's unfortunate. This is how Israel always wins. They literally make people give up in the sense of realizing that there's no possible solution. And this is, I mean, Harris literally posted Israeli media. This is the most consequential Republican primary for Israel. The most consequential Republican primary for Israel is happening in Kentucky. So this is huge for that regard, and that's why we're covering it, because this is a instrumental day in terms of the way the world will shift. And it's too big. For example, there's loads of primaries going on, right? There's so many, but there's a reason why everyone's focused on this one, and that's a large part of the reason for it. And there's a reason why Trump's focused on Massie, and that, as well as Epstein files and a few other things, are the main reasons why he's focused on Massie, and that's why we're covering it. Covering all of these things for the reason, because it impacts America, impacts the world. Joe, do you want to jump in?
So one last thing, and then I'm going to drop to listener. I'm saying that, I agree with a few of the other people. If he loses, then people like me know that this is not how we're going to take back our country. And that's why I said peacefully. I think it will wake up a lot more people to who's controlling our country, and that will be a good thing. I'm still trying to find the good. But I think the strategy will change, and it might not be so peaceful anymore. Thanks so much.
Amanda, let me ask you a quick question before you go. When you say it might wake up a lot of people as to who controls our country, across America, the average person that's not on social media, how aware do you think they are of the importance to Americans of what's happening in Kentucky?
Well, I talk to a lot of people I live in Trump country, not as much Trump country as it used to be. And I do speak with a lot of the young soldiers that are based out of Fort Hood that are very near to me. That's very close proximity. The young people I think, are awake. But you don't have to be a boomer to not be awake. I mean, here in my local town, people in their 40s, um, late 30s, they're all just snoozing through it, loving on Trump, you know, being in the military, suffering from cognitive dissonance. They do not want to admit that we killed 1 million Iraqis. They don't want to admit that, we kill school children in Iran. I'm so grateful that my son is awake. Actually, both my boys. So um, I think Americans are still asleep. I had friends during COVID who we were all wide awake to the government. We didn't believe anything they were saying. We didn't get vaccinated. We wouldn't wear masks. Everything was a lie. And everybody quit watching Fox News. And as soon as COVID was over, all my friends went right back to sleep. And they, just love that Trump is back in office and he's going to save us all. That'll never happen to me. So I think most Americans, honestly, are still asleep. I had lunch with one of my boys, not my ex-military one, but we sat there and we were talking about a lot when we were in Ireland, and how embarrassing it is now to be an American. Like, it's embarrassing. Everything that's happening, it's embarrassing. And next time we go back over to visit our family, we're gonna have to eat crow and grovel because I think the last time we were there, we were still stupid Trump supporters. Yeah, it's you got to admit, you were wrong. I admit I was wrong, and and us boomers, the only grace I'll give us is we didn't have internet. We couldn't check things, and we couldn't, figure things out because the internet didn't exist. But the internet exists now, and so now there is no excuse. But yeah, Beatrix, I don't hold out a lot of hope. That's why we are collecting passports right now. Every passport that we're eligible for, we're getting. And I just wish I had one for the Maldives, but that's not going to happen. Anyway, thanks again.
No, you're welcome, Amanda, and I
And
hear
you
you.
were you were responsible. You remember me back in the day asking you a million questions, and you were so patient, so that I could do my own research and come to my own conclusions. And I was absolutely propagandized. I was a propagandized American watching too much Fox News. And now I look at the soldiers when I go to the grocery store, and my heart just cries for them. And I walk into the Walmart or wherever, and there's all of this stuff, red, white, and blue for the bicentennial. I wouldn't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole. I now have a flag that says "Come and take it" and a black American flag hanging outside my door. So that's me now. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And you, Doc, Casey, you're the best type of Americans. All Americans are lovely, by the way. But that came up, that had no idea, that asked questions, that got angry, but went away, that wanted to learn and wanted to do the right thing and you basically had an allegiance to the truth. That's all it was. So the work was done by you. So really appreciate all of you.
So we just got some
I
more
want to ask if
results. Go
everyone.
ahead, go ahead. Let me just give the result, and then you can do that. So more results have come in. Ed Gallerin remains in the lead. Another 1% of total results have come in. I'll give you the breakdown of each county. But at the moment, basically, Ed Gallerin has 3,438 votes, 54.7%. Thomas Massie has 2,853 votes, 45.4%. In Kenton County, Ed Gallerin has now increased his lead. He has now 3,147 votes. Thomas Massie has 2,665 votes, 52% to Ed Gallerin, 45.9% to Thomas Massie. That is, and then also Spencer County, more votes have been counted up. Now, a quarter of the votes in Spencer County are in. Ed Gallerin has 713 votes. Thomas Massie has 391 votes. Ed Gallerin has 64.6% of the votes. Thomas Massie has 35.4% of the votes. That is a significant lead by what's his name again, by Ed Gallerin. And that is a county that Thomas Massie got 1,148 votes previously and got 77% of the votes. So that county seems like it's completely flipped to the rival of Thomas Massie. So huge news there. We have 5% of the vote, 6% of the, okay, so more results in, 6% of the votes in, and he's taken more of a lead. He's almost 1,000 votes up with only 7,000 votes counted. So Ed Gallerin now has 4,121 votes. Massie has 3,229 votes. Gallerin has 56.1% of the votes. Massie has 43.9% of the votes. There's a lead of almost 900 votes already with only 7,000 votes counted. That's quite a large lead now. It's 56% to 43.9%. Huge lead there. Beatrix, you were going to add something?
Yeah, no, thanks for the results, Suleiman. Yeah, and these are live, guys. These are just as they're coming out. Suleiman's interjecting and breaking them here as they're breaking, as they're coming out. He's looking at the live Kentucky board right there. So you probably won't see them very quickly on X. You'll probably hear them here first. Can I ask everybody, firstly on X here, right here, we've got nearly 1,300 people to go to the purple pill on the bottom right-hand side of your screen on the space, the purple pill, and quote tweet that, please, and say live election results here. Let people know this is where the live election results are. And for anybody who quote tweets it, Suleiman will retweet you. So please go there and quote tweet this space for me. And for everybody on YouTube who's got an X account, please come on X and quote tweet this for us. And let us know on YouTube you've done it. And Suleiman will quote tweet you as well. We've got a ton of people watching on X, really on YouTube. Really appreciate the YouTube crew staying with us all night, every night. And appreciate your commentary as well. I am looking at it. So please, yeah, quote tweet it, everybody. Purple pill, bottom right-hand side. If you press that, you'll see the space. Just quote tweet it. I'm seeing the quote tweets going up. Really appreciate you guys, and keep quote tweeting it. You can quote tweet it multiple times, or even if you've done it, quote tweet it again. As the Silver Sailor's done it, just keep quote tweeting it, guys, and just put live election results here. Let people know we are live. So let me just have a look really quickly. Yeah, I see the quote tweets are flying up. Thank you so much to everyone who's doing it, and keep doing it. And Suleiman will retweet you. Let's go to Joe. Joe, I've got a question for you. Do you think ultimately this is because somebody? Sorry, Suleiman, gone. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. So today I heard somebody say that when they were in, and I can't remember what county, but they were in somewhere in Kentucky, and they said all you see everywhere you go is just Thomas Massie flyers and Thomas Massie flags. And this is somebody on the ground who was saying there's no way he can lose this. Very early counting at the moment. He looks like he's trailing behind his opponent, Ed Gallerin. If the inevitable is that he wins, great. If he doesn't win, do you think that comes down to marketing spend? What do you think it comes down to?
Yeah, look, Manco came up here and said that this is actually a Trump versus Massey race. If that were true, only 36% of Republicans right now approve of Trump. So it would actually work against him. But of course, the only magatard commenter on here is going to say it's all because of Trump, which it's not. Look, I've studied this a lot. This is what I did. I taught this at University of Pennsylvania. I've taught this in international universities. Worked with a lot of very high-end brands spending billions on either you spend more or you lead a tribe, right? So if you look at my bio, it says tribalist at Fortune 500 companies. There is a Sigmund Freud's nephew, right? Edward Bernays wrote a book crystallizing public opinion that basically followed Mussolini. What Mussolini did is exactly what Trump did. Mussolini went after the miners and went after the people that were coming back from war, which felt like they were coming back to a worse country than they left. And that's exactly what was happening in 2016. And he galvanized those people. Those people provide social proof to the rest that this guy is trustable and we're going to trust these guys. And those are very trustworthy people in America. So a lot of people jumped on, right? The other problem is when you have more money, you can repeat lies more often. You can repeat things more often. So the fact that so many people keep coming up here and saying the election was stolen in 2000, there's anecdotal evidence, just like the guy that said, oh, I was in Kentucky and all I saw were Massey flags. Well, he wasn't all over Kentucky. He was in an area in Kentucky, and maybe the neighborhood he was in had it, but there's no way with the amount of budget that Gallerin had that there wasn't more Gallerin publicity than there was Massey. That would be physically impossible, right? So he's looking at anecdotal evidence, and that's what people do a lot of times. And unfortunately, there's a bias that humans have that when something gets repeated to you enough times, your subconscious eventually will let it in as truth, right? We spent $2 billion at Coca-Cola Zero to convince you that Coca-Cola Zero tastes the same as Coke. Before we did that campaign, 80% of people said it tastes nothing like Coke. After the campaign, 80% of people say it tastes just like Coke, right? People are very easily manipulated, and there's only two ways to win. One is lead a tribe, and that's what I've done my entire career, and identifying how to do that, or you spend more money than your next opponent, right? And there's very few times in history that a government official is able to lead a tribe. And those times have been Mussolini, Hitler, who then Edward Bernays, the writer of that book, said, I can't believe I gave Goebbels the blueprint on how to create the Nazi party, which he did. And Trump did it as well. And guess what? Trump's wife said he slept and studied Hitler's whole propaganda playbook every single night in her divorce papers, right? So this man studied exactly what Hitler did in order to galvanize people, right? She said he read it every single night. He understands this. He understands how to lead a tribe. He knows how to mess with media in order to change the news cycle, in order to galvanize. I think at this moment, he no longer cares because it's his last term. But that's why I was so confident. What was it? Almost a month ago, or 3 weeks ago, saying that Massey's not going to win,
Some more
because
breaking news.
he's not hitting
Sorry
the
about
pain
this, George.
points.
Just more breaking news. 7% of the voting,
Yep.
another percent. Ed Gallerin increases his lead. He now has 4,781 votes at 56.8%. Thomas Massie has 3,643 votes at 43.3%. It now means that Thomas Massie is losing, what's his name again? Ed Gallerin by 1,138 votes. So quite a large lead. Looking at county specific, so Kenton County, 23% of the votes are in. Ed Gallerin has 3,147 votes at 54.2%. Thomas Massie has 2,665 votes at 45.9%. In Green Up obviously has much more votes in now. A third of the county has been counted up. Ed Gallerin has 921 votes. Thomas Massie has 587 votes. He has 61.1%. Thomas Massie only has 38.9%. Just to give you an indication, in the last election, Thomas Massie got 2,374 votes at 77.6%. So he's completely lost that county, it seems like, at the moment, to Ed Gallerin. And the other county, again, a quarter of the votes in, we already mentioned that, 713 to 391. So that's the latest news. Ed Gallerin makes and has got a huge lead. Sorry, and Joe, I interrupted you. Back to you.
Yeah. I just want to say this isn't a black pill moment. This is a wake up call. Like, I wish that Massey would now run for president, actually realize what he needs to do, that political leaders understand it's about that soapbox style politics in order to win, or else it's just a fundraising. It's just fundraising. Most people in America have no idea that I think 70% of politicians' time is being on the phone raising money from the moment they walk in the office, right? That's what's broken with politics. And we know this money's involved and money gets to decide. This is why I think it's absolutely idiotic to think 2020 was stolen, because you don't need to steal it. You just need to donate more money. That's who wins. Politicians are bought and they're put in place by money. Unless a politician can break through the way Trump did, because he went to the very center of the pain point, the biggest pain point miners had, and the biggest pain point vets had, and that's how we got America. Massey's not doing that, so it's going to be about money, and either we need to find people who are going to lead from a
Yeah, some more
soapbox.
breaking news. So we've got the first set of results in from Oldham County. Only 2% of the votes are in from Oldham County, and Ed Gallerin is winning in that area as well. He has 158 votes. Thomas Massie has 128 votes. It's now wow. Okay, so we got a huge vote. This is wow. So now we have 13% of the votes in, and Massie is losing by quite a bit. So we have 9,000. So we have 13% of the entire vote in. Just to be clear, 13% of the entire vote in, and we have Ed Gallerin at 9,387. Thomas Massie at 7,092. Ed Gallerin has 57% of the votes. Thomas Massie has 43% of the votes. Gallerin is now winning by almost 2,300 votes. He has, I mentioned Oldham County already. He has, in Boone, so Boone County has now been counted, and he has a huge lead in Boone County. He has 4,448 votes. Ed Gallerin does. Thomas Massie has 3,321 votes in Boone County, 47% to Ed Gallerin, 42% to Thomas Massie. That is a huge and monumental result. And just to give you an indication, in the last election, Thomas Massie got 8,600 votes in that county and got 75% of the votes. So this is just completely looking like it's a complete loss by Massie. He's not. He's really getting dominated in every single county.
And statistically, Suleiman, this means he loses, because if you look at the fact that you have 15% of the poll in, and you use normal statistics, five up or 5 down percentage. If you go 5 up on Massey and 5 down on Galleron's still ahead. This is pretty much
What do you mean
lost.
5 up and 5 down?
Because typically you have a margin of error, right? You've taken 15% of the poll,
Almost,
right?
yeah.
And because you've taken 15%, you can have a 5% up or 5% down variant on the result. So if you take Galleron down 5% and Massey up 5%, Galleron still wins. So if this was a poll that was being taken, was consensus matched, which it is, Massey loses, and not by a little bit.
Yeah, this is a huge lead. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, yeah, it's just not unfortunately looking good. It's just absolutely disappointing that this is just showing how that the money can just buy these elections, no matter it's for a candidate that has no principles and no policies. And like I'm at the point where like I want this Iran war to accelerate and get really bad. I hate to say this, if this offends anyone, sorry, but Americans need to this needs to turn we need everything to just completely crash and burn, because nothing short of a Great Depression is going to topple Vance and Rubio in a primary now. This needs to crash and burn. Trump needs to do some stupid invasion of an island. Americans need to come home in freaking caskets. It just needs to get so freaking ugly that people snap out of this freaking MAGA cult. I am done. I want Trump to freaking go to war with Iran. I want him to send ground troops in. This needs to get it until it needs to get so painful that people actually take action and realize this isn't working, because otherwise we're just going to get Vance and Newsom, and then we're going to get another Zio, and then it's going to be like, what's the point? And then by 2032, it might be too late, because we'll be enslaved by Palantir at that point.
Yeah, I hear you, Andy, but disavow Americans coming home in a casket. We don't want that. But I understand your frustration, generally speaking, and that Americans need to wake up. I think the world needs to wake up. So yeah. And guys, you know what? There's a tweet in the nest. Suleiman, did you mute?
But this is what people don't understand, Beatrix. They can't wake up because money controls the marketing. Marketing controls your mind. If people if they don't have enough interest to get on the space, they're not going to wake up. They're going to listen to their TV. Marketing will tell them how to feel, and they will react on marketing. And most people have better things to do than to worry about that, because they're worried about how they're going to get their kid through college. Now the AI is coming, and what job is he going to have? And is it worth paying for his college now, especially with everything getting expensive and everything else? These people have other things to worry about. And I know someone just gave me a thumbs down, but I'm sorry if your cause isn't the cause that every person should be worried about. That's just not the way it is. Other people have other things they find important, and that's just the way society works. Unfortunately, you need to convince way more people to care about this than anything else. And that's not going to happen, because it doesn't affect their daily lives for the most part. And that's why it's not a pain point, because it does not affect them on the day to day.
Let's go.
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry, Suleiman, jump in.
I was going to go to Joker, so once you're done, go to Joker.
Yeah. I was going to say, I hear you, Joe. Guys, there's a tweet in the nest. The nest is above where you can see myself and Suleiman. Those are the latest results. Please retweet that tweet. Quote tweet it, but retweet that tweet. Let people know the results are coming in. As Joe said, there are people who probably aren't even aware. They've seen that, the results are going to be out. They're not aware that the results are in now, and they're coming in live right now. And Suleiman's putting them in the nest. So please go to the nest on the space where you can see myself and Suleiman. Guys on YouTube, you can only see this on X Space. So if you go there, retweet that tweet, let people know. Appreciate everyone who's just jumped up there to retweet it. Daniel Drazenovic, appreciate it. AIPAC, Hakeem, thank you. Lynn Bradford, all of you guys. Harris Albano, thank you. Silver Sailor, always anonymous. Joker, you're on our panel. Thank you. I'm coming to you next. Eamon Transer, all of you guys. Please go up there. I want everyone to retweet that. And Suleiman's going to keep updating the results up there. He's just put in an update to that right now saying huge lead by Thomas Massie, rival. 13% of the votes are in. Ed Galrin, 57. Thomas Massie, 43%. So Silver Sailors put a comment. Guys, put your comments there as well. What are your thoughts? So Silver Sailors comment is, Suleiman, please report it as a huge lead for the Epstein class. True Brit Girl says standing with Israel is treason. So we want your comments. We want you to retweet it. Get the news out there. Look, this is happening. It's happening real time. It's really important. It matters to all of you. So retweet the news that Suleiman's putting in the nest above where you can see myself and Suleiman. Share it, put it out there, let people know results are coming in. Joker, thanks for joining and thanks for waiting so patiently. Jump in.
Thanks, Beatrix. Massive shout out to Suleiman and Beatrix, and make sure you guys repost the space.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they freaking banned me, guys, but I'm back and better than ever. You know, that's what it is, being part of the resistance. You're gonna come back from the dead if that's what it takes, you know. But you know, listen, guys, you know, this whole thing's rigged to the massive extent. I think what this is exposing is the fact that elections could be bought, just like the politicians could be bought. And I think this is a wake up call too, like what Joel was actually saying. I agree with some of the stuff Joel was saying, like that it's gonna be a wake up call. I think for sure it's gonna be a wake up call. And this is why we're gonna have to push for Dan Bilzerian to win for Florida very hard. But right now, what this is telling me is that, you know, that they're paying people to vote. They're paying people to vote a certain way. They're rigging these elections. It's a complete scam. I've never heard of this guy, Galerian, or Dan Galerian or whatever. No one's ever heard of this guy, like ever, like in America, but most people have heard about Thomas Massie. So this is just goes to show it's completely rigged. They could buy off politicians. We have to figure out to a more transparent way. I think what Americans need to call out for is a far more transparent voting system. Who's counting these votes? Who's counting these polls? What system are we depending on to tell us who's actually winning out here? Because what it seems like is that AIPAC is just paying these people who, you know, count the polls or the machines, and they're paying the machines to function a kind of way, a kind of certain way. And Joel might be putting his thumbs down because he thinks that people are just all stupid in America and everyone's just focused on their own. They don't care because it doesn't affect them. It does affect them. Look at the gas prices right now. It's $5 plus everywhere you go right now in America. So it does affect them. A lot of people just don't realize it right now. So I agree partially, but you know, it is going to affect America, and it is going to become disastrous soon.
Just thanks for that. Thanks for that, Morphet. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Joe, you know, Decision Desk HQ, is that reliable, or is it more reliable than you'd say like AP?
I don't know.
Because
I really don't know.
they're showing more percent of the votes than anybody else.
Yeah, I don't. When it comes to polling, like I don't. When it comes to this, like the counting, I don't know who's more
Because
reliable.
according to them,
To be
30%
honest,
of the votes in, and Massey's losing by 10%. 10%,
20%.
as in Ed Gallerin has almost
So 10%.
55%, and he has
Yes.
45, but 30%
So
of the
it's
votes are
not.
in.
Well, with them, it's not totally lost. Then, but I don't know how the reporting works here, so I don't know which one's actually more credible. Which I'm on NBC.
No,
Where are
so
you?
I'm on NBC, AP, CNN, but then I just looked at Decision Desk HQ, and according to them, 50 what you call it again? According to them, what's his name again? 30% of the votes are in.
How would these guys have a quicker poll?
Yeah,
Than
that's what I
everyone
don't get.
else?
But according to them, 25.78% in, and Ed Gallerin has 54%, and Thomas Massey has 45%.
Yeah, don't know. I'm on their thing now, trying to find what you're looking at.
So according to
Oh, right here, live votes.
yeah, cool.
It's weird because they have a lot of counties no one else is reporting on.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
see
I did.
that? Hmm.
Oh,
Okay.
let me just bring some people up. So the quality don't drop.
But Joe, like, could you answer where do these votes come from? What this polling system? It's an absolute
Money,
scam.
dude.
It's an absolute scam.
Money.
These
But the
Zionists are
thing
paying
is,
these.
on
But
that, on
it's not the people
yeah,
counting,
but just the
Mofit. It's
important thing
it's
on this is,
money.
you know what? I don't want anyone to be like telling me, "Oh, guess what? Democracy is so good. Democracy this." This is an example. There's no such thing as there's no such
Exactly.
thing as democracy. It's just about who pays. So it's pay to play.
It's not. Exactly. And there's a paper that I love. It says that United States is not an oligarchy. We are an elite wealth governance, which is the elites, who the people with the most money get to decide who goes into the presidency. That's all it is. Like, there is no voting for Americans. And Americans need to wake up. And I've been saying this for years. And then I get pushback on people like, you don't know what you're talking about. Da-da-da. Although I've done this for 30 fucking years. So I don't know. And I don't do it with polls. I just do it with how tribes react, how people make decisions based on input they get. I've done this for a very long time at a very high level. Yeah, no, your vote does not matter. Hate to tell you, because you will vote based on how much you've been inundated with marketing and what that marketing has told you to do. And this is why back in the
Okay, so we
day,
got some
if there was
more
a
votes
cereal,
in. Sorry, what's his name again? Joa.
what's his name?
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
not that. It's just like I'm doing this. Beatrice like texting me every 2 seconds, and then just like continue. Anyway, the
Oh my God, don't blame
vote
me. I'm here.
vote.
I'm doing my stuff. I'm looking for
Yeah,
results.
cool. Okay, so we have Ed Gallerin has taken an even bigger lead according to AP. He has 57.5% of the votes. Thomas Massie only has 42.5% of the votes. Ed Gallerin has 10,284 votes. Thomas Massie has 7,599 votes. That's a lead of almost 2,600 votes, so a huge lead against Massie. It's not looking good for Massie. It looks like he's about to lose, to be honest. Okay, so Mason County is in. We've got 57% of the votes in Mason County. Massie is leading just slightly in Mason County. Previously, Massie won Mason County by 81.4% of the votes, but there was only 680 people who voted that time, and Massie got 617 votes. This time, Massie has 1,034 votes, and Ed Gallerin has 1,001. So he's got 33 more votes than Al Gallerin. So he has a slight lead on Ed Gallerin in Mason County. Spencer County, we now have 50% of the votes. Ed Gallerin has 1,473 votes. Thomas Massie has 807 votes. So he's got a lead of 600 and about 670 with almost 50% of the votes in. Let me see if there's anything else. That's the same. And that's the same. Okay, that's the latest. Okay, so latest and more votes have come in now. 16% of the votes in. Gallerin has 11,285 votes. Thomas Massie has 8,633 votes. 56% to 43%. A lead of 2,650. And that's because Robertson County, all the votes have been counted. That's gone to Ed Gallerin. Ed Gallerin wins 60% of the votes in Robertson County. Thomas Massie wins 40% of the votes there. Ed Gallerin got 137 votes. Thomas Massie got 91 votes. And previously, Thomas Massie won that district with 70% of the votes. This time, he drops to only 40% of the votes. So he's lost that county completely. So that county's done. He's lost that one. So that's the latest. It's not looking good for Thomas Massie at all.
Do you think Massie now goes and says the election was stolen?
That's hilarious. So let's go to let's bring a few different people into the conversation. Let's go to Ghost. Let's go to Garrett. Garrett, you've been up for a while. Go ahead, Garrett. Give us your thoughts. Okay, seems like he just came in to sit on the panel. Let's drop him. Okay, let's go to Ghost. Ghost, jump in.
Hey, thank you. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. I discovered this space with the Iran war when that started, and uh, you know, like I was on here maybe once or twice on the panel and spoke, and just want to say I appreciate you guys. You probably know a little more than me when it comes to political stuff, but I'm really invested in this race, and yeah, I would truly be deflated, rejected, just man, it would be a punch to the gut if Massie doesn't win this, because it just shows me that I don't know if there's any saving America. I think, it just we're just an AIPAC controlled country, and to change that, I mean, we're gonna have to do some serious grassroots movements, probably, a third party, or, just an independent party, um, starting from the ground up. But I mean, this AIPAC machine, they run everything. And I was really hoping, I was very confident in Massie. And I mean, obviously it's still early to tell, too early to tell any victor. But yeah, man, it will be a real,
Thanks for that. Appreciate that,
real
Ghost. Let me just some
tough
more
road,
breaking news. Thanks for that. You got some more breaking news. 19% of the vote is in now. Ed Galleron has 12,995 votes. Thomas Massie has 9,890 votes. Ed Galleron has 56.8% of the votes. Thomas Massie has 43.2% of the votes. So he now has a lead of almost 3,100 votes, a major lead for Ed Galleron. Looking at the specific areas, we now have some votes that have come in from Bracken County. Ed Galleron is in the lead there. He has 57.6% of the votes. Thomas Massie has 42.4% of the votes. Ed Galleron has 167 votes. Thomas Massie has 123 votes. We now have, did I mention this? Pendleton. Yeah, Pendleton County is in. Ed Galleron has won Pendleton County as well. That's quite a large county. Ed Galleron has 1,543 votes. Thomas Massie has 1,134 votes. Ed Galleron has 57.6% of the votes in that county. Thomas Massie has 42.4% of the votes. So that's a major victory. In that same county, Thomas Massie got 74.6% of the votes last time. So and he's won it. But Ed Galleron's won that county. So that's a major victory for him as well. So huge lead in that regard. Let's go to 1 second.
Hey, brother, could I just add one thing and then I'll step down to listener?
Yeah, sure.
I just wanted to say, isn't it so funny how Turning Point USA didn't endorse Thomas Massie when the founder, their leader, Charlie Kirk, was a huge fan of his? I mean, he's on record many times praising Thomas Massie, and they don't even have, because we all know, who controls them now. And I think we all know, well, I believe a certain foreign country, actually killed him. And it's just funny that they don't even give that endorsement when their founder, loved the guy. So I'll end with that.
Thanks for that. We've got some more votes in, and I'm just going to tweet this one out. But it's now we have, where's it gone? We now have, 21% of the votes. Ed Galleron has a huge lead. He has 56.5% of the votes. Thomas Massie only 43.5% of the votes, a lead of 3,300. That's with 21% of the votes in. Let's go to Alfonso. Alfonso, jump in. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, Solomon, thanks for having me on. Beatrice, always a pleasure. You know me, man. I hope to run for public office one day, and I want to have faith in the grassroots movements. And I'm just going to be frank. I think Kentucky has completely let down a patriot in Thomas Massie, the last patriot left in Congress, to be frank. The one guy that would not sign off to Israel, would not move. And a lot of people in the youth, like me, right, people that follow Fuentes or people that, just follow the America First movement, this is a huge gut shot. This was a guy that was almost guaranteed to win
And I just want your thoughts on this from the panel, but it just feels like they can buy seats. If they want to, they can just straight up buy seats. I don't know if there's election fraud. I don't know what's going on. The polls look completely different, but this is disgusting. And Kentucky, you have let down America. It's awful. Awful stuff.
Yeah, shocking. Shocking that the result has gone the way it has, in the manner that it's gone. Huge lead by Ed Galleron. Thomas Massie is now massive in the lead. We already got a huge proportion of the votes in. 21% of the votes are in. Let's go to who's not spoken yet. Let's go to Micah. Micah, go ahead.
You know what? I'm just going to say it. Since we're not able to do BDS for Israel, I think I think it's got to a point where we just need to do the next best thing and just start doing BDS for all these districts that keep on sending these Zios to office. Just straight up, like if you're going to send a non-entity that's just going to be a rubber stamp for the Zionist entity, then BDS. Like, I think that's what needs to be done, honestly.
Thanks for that. Okay, let's go to Shiva. Shiva, jump in.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, thank you for having me. Is this space exclusively for Thomas Massie, or can we talk about like the ballroom, the data center, in terms of geopolitics?
Cool. You can come some other time and talk about that. This is not relevant. Alfas, you go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, I agree with the guy who said that this is a huge disappointment. Alfonso's right on it. I mean, this was a litmus test. And let's say theoretically, even if Massie somehow with the 80% of the vote or 70% of the vote that's remaining manages to come back and like win this election by a hair, the fact that it's even this contested is deterring enough. It's demoralizing enough because Massie is a politician who had name recognition and admiration in a way that Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't, in a way that Lauren Boebert doesn't have. So I can understand why MJT pulled out. She didn't want to fight this fight. If Massie's experiencing this kind of pushback, then I mean, what chance did she have? And I can see many patriots kind of having a second thought. So really, I mean, I don't know. This is a tyranny of the goy. This is tyranny of the cattle brained people who are so under the influence of marketing and lies and campaign propaganda that they don't actually. I mean, come on, look at the numbers. $11 million from people like the Adelsons and all these Israeli-aligned people, and you think that Galleran, who didn't even debate, he didn't even go to the debates, which should have been alone enough to disqualify him. The fact that these people are still able to be influenced is just disappointing.
I couldn't agree more with that.
I agree with everything you said. You guys have to realize that socialism is such a dirty word in America, but this is capitalism, right? Capitalism is the guy with the most money wins. That is capitalism, right? If you don't like that, then don't make socialism a dirty word. Because for me, good politics in America would be that every politician gets the same amount of money from our tax dollars. They get to run on an equal playing field, and money doesn't get a vote, right? Because if we want to make it about the people, then the people need to pay for it. And if the people pay for it and you don't allow the elites to have more of a vote than you have, then things would go back to normal. But Americans love to make they believe the whole socialism is horrible story. When you look at Denmark, Sweden, places like that, they have a higher millionaire per capita than America does. Because you can succeed in a world where people actually matter. In America, people don't matter. Elites matter. That's why they keep bringing elites to China, and they're the ones who donate money. What's Adelson have to do with Kentucky? That shouldn't even be legal. She doesn't even live in Kentucky, right? Most of her wealth comes from China. It doesn't even come from America. Her whole thing isn't even about America. It's about Israel. So how the hell is this woman's money relevant, right? But because of capitalism, it is. And, that's why you got to fight.
You know what's interesting is Massie was the only person, I was just looking at this, that voted against a bill that was produced in Congress that said that speaking against Israel is anti-Semitism. Even AOC supported the Zios in that position. Thomas Massie was the one who didn't. So that's
And did you see the bill going around today already? What? They're prepping a bill with 12 new rules about what is anti-Semitism.
Oh my goodness!
It's going around already today. I'll find it for you.
If I may respond to,
what was the bill again? Did you say, Joe?
I have to find it. I know that it had like 12 new points for anti-Semitism that were going to be sent around Congress.
Well, yeah, they already have the House resolutions already been voted on, and it follows letter to the letter of what the Hasbro has for anti-Semitism. It's horrific.
Yeah, and brother, Solomon, you could drop me down. I don't know how to. I don't know how to go to listener, but I just want to say one thing about that comment. I did see a post about that, and it's just so demoralizing. Like, and I think, I mean, what do you guys think? Is it at the point where they want us to go into a civil war? Like,
It's
they're
disgusting.
just pushing it in our
yes,
face. They're putting it right in our face, saying, "This is what's going on. You
Well,
know it.
well, what's
We
interesting is take her for
there's nothing you could do,
yeah.
so it's
Yeah.
so demoralizing, man.
So just
Ugh.
to add to what you're saying, and we've got more results in, so I'm going to give you that in a second. But just to add to what you're saying, now you could take this with a grain of salt or whatever. But Ashley St. Clair, who was obviously Musk's baby mama, she said that Musk told her, "Look, you need to produce as many children as possible because what's coming is either the apocalypse or civil war." And I know it sounds crazy, but if the person who's directing the world, and he is one of the technocrats who is directing the world, is basically telling the producers of his children that this is what the aim of it is and this is where we're moving towards, I think people need to be cognizant of the plan or the perspective of these people.
if I may, I mean, these people, these elites, they telegraph these things. I mean, what was the most popular movie of that Hollywood put out last year? And then I'm of the
Okay,
mindset
breaking
that
news. One second, Alfasi, just some huge breaking news. We've got a big dump of votes in. We now have 42% of the votes in. 42% of the votes in.
Shit.
Ed Gallerin has a huge lead. He has 55.2% of the votes. Thomas Massie
Oh my
has
god.
44.8% of the votes. Ed Gallerin has 28,334 votes. Thomas Massie has 22,977 votes, which puts Gallerin ahead by almost 5,500 votes.
The percentage closed a little bit though, Simon. He gained 1.8%.
That's true. That's true. But now but the problem with that is you know how it works, isn't it, mathematically? Once you start getting such a huge number of the votes in, it becomes harder to pull it back. So that's, in a way, that's actually worse because you've basically, because remember, we went from 20% to 42% of the votes in. Just to give you some county updates, we now have Campbell County in. It's 60% of Campbell County. It's gone Ed Gallerin, 51.5% of the votes to Ed Gallerin. Thomas Massie, 48.5% of the votes. We have Boone County, 88% of the votes, a big county that is. And it's almost done, that county. 88% of the votes in. It's basically gone to Gallerin. He's got 55% of the votes. Thomas Massie has 44.9% of the votes. Remember, Massie won all of these by nearly 80% in the previous election. I'm just looking if there's any more new ones.
When Lewis County comes in, I think that's going to put the nail in the coffin.
You think Massie's going to lose that, or you think?
He could win it just because it's adjacent. Like typically things happen in pockets, and since it's adjacent to Mason, where he won, he could maybe win that. Although he barely won Mason, right? He won by less than 1%,
Yeah, won by
or about
33
1%.
votes.
Yeah,
It's
it's
also
really
adjacent
small lead.
to Green Up, and he lost Green Up by a lot.
Yeah, and Bracken and Robertson, like he lost
He's
all of
lost.
I
them.
Solomon, to be frank, I can't even believe what I'm seeing because all the polls less than a week and a half ago just looked completely different. So my question is, what the hell changed? Is this all just from a Trump
Mil-
endorsement? Is this fraudulency? I mean,
millions
what
of
the hell's going on?
millions and millions of dollars, Alfonso. If I was managing this campaign, the last week and a half of the campaign, I would have spent almost 80% of the money that I had up until then. And I would have kept ramming down the throat about how disgusting of a human Massie is because he took his girlfriend out of her position and he's a disgusting human being. And how are you going to put this disgusting human being? Don't worry about if I have any credibility or not. But that's the campaign I would have run if I was on his side. And it would work because if you hear a message 7, 8 times and you don't know the information that well, it's going to get past your BS filter in your head at night and you're going to take it as truth. And right now, everyone's probably conversating about how Massey's disgusting and we had him all wrong because you just inundated him with information for the past week and a half. Same thing that Brexit did, by the way. Brexit, everyone knew they were walking towards a plank on a pirate ship, but they did it anyway because they kept getting mass fed information. Same thing here. You do it at the last mile.
Some more votes.
And that's what they did to Massey.
Yeah, that's what they did. That's what they did. Remember, it was a last minute attack, which was it's actually the smart move to make. That I would make the same move, because you have to remember if you do it too soon, and this is the problem. Like I know the political strategy is really important, and this is what a lot of people need to realize. And so, like something like this attack they did on Massey, if you did it 3 months ago, it wouldn't have made a difference. If you did it 2 months ago, it wouldn't have made a difference. If you did it a month ago, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. But you literally do it, and you can't do it on the last day as well because that's too late. You got to do it basically, as the Georgia said, you got to do it between 5 to 7 days, maybe 5 to 8 days before the election. You do it. You basically you discredit him fast enough, and you do it in a way that the other side doesn't have a chance to respond. And if
Yeah.
you look at Massey's
You need
response on it,
30%.
yeah,
You need 33% of airtime, which means you're spending about $10 million in a small county like this. And that will give you 30% of airtime for the next week and a
yeah,
half,
and someone like
right? And that's
like
what you
with
need.
Massey, I do think that personally, I didn't think he did a good enough job to like combat the propaganda as well. And I guess it's because he didn't expect it to come in, but this is part of what his team should be doing. So there's that as well. But this is how the Zios win. Let's go to True Maga, then we'll go to Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Suleiman and Joa. Man, I've been learning a lot from you, Joa. Thank you. I'm probably not like on your guys' side 1,000%. I'm more a people, government by the people for the people, and I think that's why you guys like Massie, because he seems like he falls in line with this. But I just honestly want to ask, because either Suleiman or Joe or whoever, isn't like you keep talking about Epstein and stuff, but isn't like this Iran war pretty important? Let me just put out the reason why. Aren't we the #1 status as the petrodollar, and if we lose Iran or whatever, we will lose that status? Am I totally wrong saying that, Joe?
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? Iran is important, but from what I saw from Massey's, because I started paying attention a lot more after the conversation I had 3 weeks ago with the panel to what he says. The issue is he's not talking about how it affects Americans. He doesn't paint the picture of what your life is going to look like if we stay in Iran for another month, right? He doesn't talk about the petrol prices that much, right? He just talks about we shouldn't be there, and he said no new wars. Well, that's not really attacking the pain point that a person has. Like right now, the person's wondering, hey, I got to spend an extra 30% on gas. Can I make my mortgage payment? And that's not what he's talking about. And that's where his error comes in what I said 3 weeks ago. He's not talking about what actually affects Americans. He's talking about what works on a global stage. Very different things to do. Very different. And I love Dan. I wish Dan would win too, but Dan's not doing it either. right? So money can come
Dan's
in
not
and
doing
win.
what? What did you say
If
about Dan?
he's not talking about how it affects Americans in all reality, like how it
Okay, we
affects
got
the
big
people
dump.
where he's going to
We
run.
got a big dump. Sorry, Joe. I do want to hear this. I want you to answer this, so you know I'm not being rude.
Yeah.
Just another dump. This time it's gone a little bit in Massey's favour. So we now have 47% of the votes in. Ed Gallerin is 54%. Thomas Massey about 46%. Ed Gallerin 30,731 votes. Thomas Massey 25,745 votes. It's a lead of almost 5,000. And that's because Lewis County, the county me and Joe was talking about, is in. That's gone towards Massey in a large way. Massey has 1,804 votes in Lewis County. Ed Gallerin has 1,061 votes in Lewis County. So that means Massey's won that because only 800, there's a huge difference of 800 votes. So that's a 5,000 vote lead with almost half of the votes in. But Lewis County has gone to Massey. Joe.
Yeah, hopefully Carter, it spills into Carter as well. I don't know if it will though.
That's a
But
tiny
Lewis, I
county though,
said
right?
it might. Huh?
That's a tiny county.
It is, but I don't know what the population
It's
is though.
so in the last election there was 200 votes from that county.
Okay, won't make that much of a
Yeah.
difference. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't see any other county is going to win. Because typically you'll see the pockets, kind of like you see religion, Solomon, right? Like, you know where Muslims live, you know where Catholics live, you know, like it's Buddhists live. Like it's much more geographical than anything else. The same thing here is in what area was he making an impact? It seems like he was making an impact here, and you can see how it bundles together. Maybe Carter will have some of that too, but I don't see it going to the other side. But let's see. I mean, I really hope I'm wrong. You know, I wish he would win. I'm just telling you based on
No, I agree with you,
what I've
Joe.
done.
Joe, I agree with you. There's some important elements to a race. Obviously, and this is why money matters, because once you have the money, you're able to project whatever you need to project. You're able to use that money in order to disseminate the information you want. If you're able to take over the entire airwaves in, for example, a small place like Kentucky, enough people listen to it enough times, they believe it. This is look, people are easily manipulated, people are easily controlled. You can easily manipulate them into believing whatever you want them to believe. And so this is why Zionists control everything. And it kind of shows the power of still mainstream media, because the fact that you can take over a county like his district and completely bombard it with misinformation and take control over it. This is an example. I think this is gonna I think someone mentioned it earlier, and they're right. This is gonna give Trump a lot of
But
power.
it's not just Solomon, but it's not just social. It's not just mass, because on social, what they'll do is they'll feed the algorithm for you. So you have like 12 different posts coming from 12 different people. So it makes it seem like everyone you know is talking about how Massey's POS because of his ex-girlfriend. That's all these people saw for the past week and a half.
I agree.
I guarantee
I
you,
agree, but the difference is
right?
a lot of social medias. There was pushback on the other side. When you take over an airwave, there is no pushback. It's just literally taking over the complete messaging.
Yeah, true.
What were we gonna say, Alfonso?
Yeah, I mean, I got a few things to say. I think as the votes get in more and more, the news just gets more and more real. But one thing to consider too that no one's really brought up yet: how dangerous is this MAGA cult? Right, this boomer voting base that is uneducated, they're ignorant, and just kind of based off Trump's go, whatever he says, brings massive swings to the polls. I mean, we've never really seen a cult like following that directly affects politics in that way. I mean, this guy was seated for 7 years untouched, and between the endorsement of Trump and the money of Miriam Adelson, he's out now. And it's not a guarantee, but it looks that way that he's out. So I think we got to consider the cult like following of MAGA as well. Just one simple endorsement can swing the entire election.
Yeah, I mean, look, he only
Sure.
has a 36 approval rating with Democrats, but with MAGA, that's different. Although they've lost a lot, but I guess he still has enough to make a
This
difference in an election.
Decision Desk HQ has called the race for Ed Gallerin, just to let you know. Decision Desk HQ has called the race for Ed Gallerin. I think This just a super chat here which says this makes no logical sense. How is someone as popular as Massie and as someone as clean as Massie losing in an era which distrusts politicians this high? Well, this is your answer. If you listen to the space, you'll see the level of control and people can have, the level of control the Zionists have over the entire system. We now have 60% of the vote in. Ed Gallerin has 54% of the votes. Thomas Massie has 46% of the votes.
Mhm.
Thomas Massie, Ed Gallerin has 39,380 votes. Thomas Massie has 33,568 votes. That's a vote lead of almost 6,000. Another thing to consider, I just want to welcome Gary. I want to hear his thoughts on this. Just to add more points to the conversation is this will have been, I know, once again, some people disagree with you. Someone said that they think this is like massively Trump. Even if you don't think that's the case, what you do know is that Trump endorsed Ed Gallerin. He put his entire way behind
Right.
him. And I do think that people, and well, I do think Trump is going to see this as a vote of confidence for him. He took a guy who had 80% of the votes or 75% of the votes in Kentucky and basically took the seat off him. He'll see this as an endorsement of everything he's doing right now, including putting away the Epstein files, including war with Iran, including the gas prices being high and various other things. This will be, in his view, I believe, and if I was around him if I was a Zionist and I was around Trump, I'd be like, listen, don't listen to social media. This is the evidence of it. Everyone's with you. You managed to take Massie and make him lose. Continue doing what you're doing. War with Iran is good. You don't need to release the Epstein files. The Republican Party is with you. But anyway, he thought of this. Gary, thanks for joining us. Jump in. Gary, are you there? Can you hear Gary?
Say, I
No,
am
no,
Gary,
can't
and
hear
he'll
him.
show up.
Oh, Gary, you're going to have to reset. We can't hear you, unfortunately. Just let Gary reset, and then we'll I do want to hear Gary's thoughts on this. So yeah, that's what.
There is a book, Solomon, called "The Medium is the Message," and this guy won like multiple prizes. I forget what it was, but basically the whole book kind of laid out what changed marketing forever. From it basically laid out the case that it doesn't matter what you say, you just spend more money saying it, and you win. And he's been right. That is one way to do it, and the other way is a way to lead a tribe. It's only two ways to win. And I don't feel that Massey led a tribe, and he definitely didn't have
Wait,
enough money. That's
he did
why.
lead a tribe, but he did do that. That's not true.
He
Not
absolutely
from
led a tribe.
he didn't though, guys. Like he didn't. He led people on the world stage. He did not lead what actually matters to him, which is that part of Kentucky. What
That
what
so what you're
points was he
saying?
talking
No, because you
about
said he
that
didn't.
affect
No,
them?
but Joe, it's because you said he didn't lead a tribe. He did lead a tribe. He just didn't lead the right tribe. Is that what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Yeah, that's fair.
because he led the entire anti-Epstein movement. If he was to run for president, he's probably, I don't know if he'll win, but it would.
That's what I
Yeah.
said. If he ran for president, he'd do better than he did here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know if he'll do better, but I think he'll have a better shot. But I guess this is going to be interesting to see what.
He would have more focused support. He's more of a global hero than he is like a local Kentucky
Exactly.
hero.
But the
I think is
problem is,
what you're
again,
saying. Yeah.
he needs better messaging, because I personally don't think he did a good enough job when the Zionists attacked him about this whole claim that they made about that chick.
Yeah.
Let's go to Derek. Derek, jump in.
Yeah, I just want to echo what you were saying earlier. And this is just going to boast Trump's ego beyond what it already is at. And the success of Venezuela uh, didn't hurt his decision to go into Iran. And the fact that he can oust a public incumbent, a popular incumbent, is just going to it's going to boost his confidence to where he can just feel like whatever he tweets or whatever he truth socials is the law of the land. And it's a pretty sad state we're in.
Yeah,
That's all I got.
Didn't I see? Didn't
Yeah.
and guys, do correct me on this, but didn't I not? I'm pretty sure I saw a statement that said that Hegseth went to Kentucky in order to support what's his name again, the Ed Galleran, and the reason he did it is because they saw this as a pro-Iran position, and so it does. Again, I'm trying to say that if this goes the way it is, I think Trump's going to be more enamored to continue acting the way he's acting. But sorry, do continue.
Correct. Correct. No, I agree with you 100%. And why is the Pentagon coming out with opinions on local elections? I mean, that shouldn't be in their purview.
Exactly.
That's a
We
good
got some
point.
more
Isn't
votes.
that isn't
That's
that
a,
isn't
that's a
that
really good point.
isn't that a Hatch Act violation? Or it should be anyway.
I read
So
that he claimed he did it as an individual as opposed to his position as a part of being part of the Department of
yeah,
War.
yeah, but he doesn't work for Fox News anymore, so he
I, th-
can't say that.
I think Joe Ah's point a while back was so sound, where he
Yeah.
says, "How the hell is it legal for Mary Madelson to have so much power, money, and influence on a local election?" Right? We're
Correct.
not even asking that at the global level. It's a fucking local election. This is a congressional
Okay, we
election.
got
This
some
is one
more
district.
votes
You
in.
know.
I think it seems like the election's over. 70% of the votes are now in. 70% of the votes are now in. Ed Galleran has 54.4. He's increased his lead. He has 50.4% of the votes.
Damn it.
Thomas Massie has 45.6% of the votes. There's almost like 7,300 vote difference. This looks like a major loss by Massie. Andy, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, like all of MAG is celebrating this, but they can. I mean, obviously, the Mark Levins, the Laura Loomers, it doesn't matter. They win with Zionist either way. But all of these other freaking MAGA shills that are celebrating this, like what they don't get is pretty much all these big influencers that back Massey. They're never going to back Vance or Rubio because they actually have principles. So there's no path to Vance or Rubio and a victory for them in the general
I don't get your
election.
point. Wait.
I'm
He
just
did.
saying, just look at all the support for Massey online. All of those people
Yeah,
are
but he
people that
lost.
are, yes, but still, they're never going to back Vance or Rubio in a general election. Like, these are people that are going to sit out. So,
Okay, it's now been called by AP. AP has called Ed Galleran has won the race. Massey has lost the race and he has been replaced as governor. So, okay, and so has CNN has also called the race, as has NBC. So, Thomas Massey has lost the race. He is no longer a congressional within Congress anymore. Thoughts? Anybody want to jump in?
I got to jump in right now
Please.
on this one here. I know that a lot of people are really hurt by this, disgusted by this. Yes, so am I. But again, folks need to really wake up to our political process and stop this. Let's vote our way out of this. Oh, let's get this. We'll get this fixed at the elections. It's not going to happen. I know that I'm older here. I know I'm a boomer. I lived through the whole mess, 1972. My mother, a lot of the people on the space sound like my mother in the 1980s. Honest, you sound just like my mom. She was like, oh my God, thank God, thank God. We have Newt Gingrich, we have Reagan. We're going to turn America back to God. Yeah, Alfonso, it's time for you to wake up. And they said, we're going to
Okay.
turn this around. We're going to turn this around. And I said, Mom, please wake up. Before she passed away about 5 years ago, she said, oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. So it's time to wake up, folks. This ain't you aren't gonna fix it with your elections.
You can't vote your way out of this when we have selections and not elections. It's ridiculous. And that's all I got. Everybody have a good night.
Have a good night, sir.
Thanks.
Andrew, what's your alternative then? I'm curious because I mean, if we can't win this at the polls, what you want to have a full on revolution?
No, we do what we're doing. You educate people. You say, stop this stupidness. Don't vote, meaning resist, meaning you just absolutely say, I'm not playing in your stupid process. Now you think that won't happen? It's the same thing we're talking about. We have to get out of the financial system. Eventually, more people are going to realize they got to get self-custody with digital. We've been talking about this in the space for months now. So, yeah, it's going to happen slowly. More people are going to wake up. More people will wake up. In fact, a lot of people are starting to wake up. I really woke up some time back, but I was just one. Now there's like 5 of us talking like that.
This is a huge loss by. Let's get Gary up as well. What happened to Gary? By Thomas Massie. As I mentioned, the race has been called for Ed Gallerin. So this is a major loss. What's his name again? Joe, is there anything you want to add? Oh, let's get Gary.
No, I mean, there was something said yesterday that made me think, because Andrew's right. Like, I made the comment about the fact that you'd be better off getting off the dollar than you would be picking up a gun going against the government, even if it was all Americans. You're not going to win, unfortunately. Getting off the dollar, though, affects them right away. The problem is if I don't own Bitcoin myself, then I'd be a hypocrite by telling you to do it and me not doing it. But then if I do it, if I do buy it and then tell you to do it, then I seem like I'm a grifter and just trying to pump my own bags. So how do you win in this argument? Do you see what I mean, Solomon? So it's like, it really is what gives them power is the dollar. That's what Marion Adelson used in order to fund things here. That is what gives them. That's why they're in Iran. That's why they're moving the energy corridor here. Like, you get off of it, you stop playing their game, they no longer have power. And that's the only way to take it away. And that's something they can't fight you against. Whereas, unfortunately, if Americans decided to go kinetic, a lot of Americans would die. And I would fear that they would not win because of the technology America has. So it's, I don't know how you change the system while you're playing in their system. I don't think that works.
Chris, do you want to
Well, they
welcome
want people
Gary
to
onto the
die.
stage? Gary, hope you're doing well. Can you hear us?
Can do. I think somebody else was talking. I'm not in a big rush.
Okay, I just thought you were glitching out, so I thought I'd let you quickly speak before you. If you glitch chat again,
Well,
what's your thoughts?
I'll just say this real quick. They want people to die. I mean, if someone is convicted enough has enough conviction to pick up a gun and fight for what they believe in, if you remove that person from the vanguard, then you consolidate your power. And as far as the Civil War is concerned, the elites aren't going to be fighting. It's going to be Americans versus Americans. It would be a calling of the American citizenry.
Yeah. Gary, what do you think of what just happened then, the race?
Does all these type of local?
He cut out again. That's why I wanted to jump in earlier.
Sorry, guys, I'm out again. I'm gonna drop down and come back.
No problem. Let's go to Elaine. Elaine, go ahead. Elaine Chow. Okay. Why are these people requesting and they don't?
When Gary comes back up, I hope he's listening. I want to know if he still thinks I'm smoking something when I said he was going to lose because he was not leading the right way.
Solomon, could we perhaps add up the Patriot Ray Colho? He's a passionate guy.
Can you not ask people for me to bring people up if you're on my space? I bring people up based on what I want.
Sorry, gotcha.
Yeah. Let's go to Dr. Atusa. Dr. Atusa, jump in.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, it's definitely a sad news for me. But here is one thing that it's seldom talked about, and it's the campaign finance laws. The way it is right now, the big donors, special interests, super PACs, wealthy people can donate an unlimited amount almost. But there has never been a legislation or anybody who would strongly want to push campaign finance laws to change. And I believe that maybe if you talked about it 10 years ago, it would have more support, even amongst some politicians, especially, I guess, Democrats. But now,
Bernie
because
Sanders
all
did.
of them, yeah, absolutely. No, I was a Bernie girl. That was me. I have actually written him during presidential, elections, even though he wasn't a candidate multiple times. But, so here's the thing. Unfortunately, nobody's talking about that anymore. They haven't for many years now. And I think a part of it is because they're in minority. I mean, the senators and the politicians that recognize this as a problem, as an issue, they know that they're in minority. And then most politicians, Democrat or Republican, on both sides of the aisle, are getting money from super PACs. I mean, they're benefiting financially during elections with this law that was passed in 2010 that allowed the super PACs and the big money and the special interest and corporations to donate massive amounts of money. So obviously, it's a rigged system. It is rigged because the person with the most amount of money has the upper hand, in terms of PR and, ads, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where we are. And I think that, yeah, we lost a great person that was standing for most of the right issues. And I think that's one of the reasons that Marjorie Taylor Greene recognized this problem and resigned on top of the death threats and everything else. And Bernie, I mean, the poor guy, he's kind of like, at this point, has thrown his hands up in the air and it's like, okay, I've tried 40 years. And also, I believe like the terms of service by the senators, etc., has to be limited. They shouldn't be able to run 40 years and stay in the Senate or a House or the Congress for 40. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's almost like a monarchy, if you ask me. So, anyways, I land there.
Yeah, unfortunately so. I think a lot of people are going to be discouraged from this. This was, if you can take someone like Massie and make him lose, very concerning indeed.
I hope they convince him to run for president. I really do, but not on the Republican side.
Not on on the Democrat side.
I don't know. I don't know if independent would actually work. I know it'd be extremely hard, but isn't there a third party that has all the seats, that has all the voting in each state? Is that the Green Party?
Yeah,
though?
the
That would
Green
not be
Party.
good.
Yeah, but and
That's the Green.
they're so woke.
Yeah.
Like they're so woke and left wing. Like they would never agree with Massie.
Yeah, but he's not going to get enough funding from the Republican side to run. Because the technocrats are going to give it to JD for sure.
Well, wasn't Elon saying that he was behind Massie at some point? I guess that was only during the fight with.
Yeah, but he's not enough.
Oh wait, Elon on his own would be enough, bro.
No, he wouldn't.
Yes, he would.
I don't think he would.
He would.
He wasn't even Trump's biggest donor.
No, it's not about. So with Elon, it's not just about the money. We discussed this. I mean, you're the one who came up with the theory, bro. Are you not?
Yeah, he has more reach he can give on social media.
No, not just that.
For sure.
So he has the reach on social media, which is huge. It's not enough to win elections, because we saw in the elections he tried to push abroad. He failed in all of them. So he has the money, he has social media, and he has all the data harvesting he did through Doge.
Yeah.
Putting all that together, Elon can win any election he wants.
Yeah, I just don't know where that is, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
And
he might want to if he sees Thiel's boy is gonna go, because him and Thiel are frenemies. They're not really friends, right? They hate each other, but they'll work together when they have to. Because Thiel's the one that put him out of PayPal.
That's right, but I think the technocrats are cool with each other again now, because the whole PayPal mafia seems like it's cool again now.
Well, ultimately, they're always going to be bros in the end.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to Amber. Amber, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Hi, Suleiman. Thank you for having me up. I just stopped by to just kind of let everyone know we cannot let the Epstein class destroy our children's future, and it goes back even further than Epstein, and it's not partisan. People are so pitted against each other, they're not seeing the facts. It's so systemic, and George Washington warned us in his farewell speech in 1796. So don't let the partisan divide and the spirit of party, tear us apart. We have to stand together for our children's future. And thank you again, Solomon, for having me up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, great points. We don't want people to be dejected and give up. Like, this is what they want. They want you to give up. They want you to just accept that this is always going to be the case. Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying there. It's very important you continue to fight back against power. Andy, jump in.
Exactly. Like, yeah, obviously this is gut wrenching, but I'm not going to give up. I still believe in the chaos scenario where we can get a Great Depression out of this Iran war, and then enough people wake up from that to change their opinions, because I think people need to feel some economic pain before they wake up. Too many people, I hate to say it, are just living too comfortably. America's been too prosperous for too long, and things need to kind of crash and burn before people realize that it's broken. It's going to happen eventually. It's time the Band-Aid just gets ripped off. People realize it's because of this war for Israel, and then maybe we can mount some type of challenge in 2028. That's my take on it. I'm not speaking for everyone else in the space. I know there's some people maybe that agree with me, some that disagree. But
What did you say?
I said I said there's might be some in here that agree with me, some that
Agree
disagree.
about what?
That things need to kind of just crash and burn so more people can wake up. I said maybe some people here agree, some disagree,
Okay.
but yeah, things do need to get worse before it get better. Like it's people in America, like let's be honest, like people care more about what's happening with a sports game than what's happening going on overseas, and it's a problem. Like, yeah, I care about sports, but I also care about this stuff. And someone like my dad, for example, he literally got mad at me for rather being in Twitter spaces about when the war was going on than watching March Madness. And he's like, why aren't you watching more basketball? And like that perfectly encapsulates it. Like my dad is 55. And like when you have my dad criticizing me for not watching more basketball and caring more about the Iran war than college basketball, like that's something right there. Like that's the issue. More people care more about their sports teams than this very real stuff, and that's the mindset that needs to happen. But when it really starts hitting them in the pocket, like people started to wake up a little with COVID, but if like this war directly causes some type of recession, I really think it's going to wake people up. So it just something needs to give. This current system's untenable. Like this economy has not been doing well. I mean, you saw the last year of the Biden administration. He said, "Oh, I created all these jobs," and then they revised them downwards. Same with the first year of the Trump administration. Job growth is at effectively zero. They tout these GDP numbers, but it's a few AI companies producing all this GDP growth. There's nothing going to the American people, but it still hasn't really gotten bad enough yet. Like the bottom just needs to fall out so we can rebuild out of it. Like that's what I think it needs to have. Like something needs to give. Like this fake economy where everyone's like, "Oh, the stock market's doing good, so nothing else matters." Oh, Trump secured the border, so I don't care that he broke every other promise. It's ridiculous, and people need to just snap out of this cult.
Yeah, let's go. I brought up Jacqua as a Jacquard. How do you say it? Jacquard?
It's actually,
Jackie?
yeah, it's
Jackie?
Jackie. Yeah, spelt the right way. Hi.
Go ahead, Jackie. Give us your thoughts.
Hi, everyone. I'm actually from Ireland, and I just want to give my perspective. I was really hoping that Massie would win because this has far reaching effects, not just for America, because, the world is watching this and the world is watching how the Zionists are controlling everything. And, I have a perspective, right or wrong. But remember, they were looking to find out about the voting machines in Taiwan, and how they could have been rigged. Well, I would certainly consider that as an option as well, because Massie had such a great following. And I know that there was a huge, huge, if you like, propaganda against him. But, when it came to JFK and him, trying to make sure that the likes of Zionism and what Israel were doing and what he tried to do, and look what happened. And I was actually called after Jackie O, and my maiden name is O. I'm an O'Sullivan. So, you know, there's a huge historical link between America and Ireland. And we have a lot of shit going on over here as well, if it's okay to say that. So it's just disappointing to see that Massie didn't win, but we all have to stay positive because, you know, this is what they'll use to beat people down and to try to instill more fear and more control in us. So we just have to keep going. You know, we have to believe that right will eventually come out in some form. We can't just give up against these control powers that are there right now and that have been there not just for decades or generations, but a heck of a long time. So they've had plans that they've been putting in place for so long and have been programming the different generations. And that's why there's so many people that I know from Ireland, and I know people right around the world who literally have their heads in the clouds, or they're just concerned about the day to day, or like that other gentleman just said, about sport or about whatever, you know. And I talk about digital ID and I talk about all these things. And some people, they just don't want to know. They just don't want to know, right? And that's the sad thing. But we cannot give up. We have got to keep encouraging people, keep trying to educate people, and stay together. Because from a country that I used to love visiting, which is America, and I've been there many times, you know, I have no desire whatsoever to go back there. And that is sad for me because I have so many people that I know over there. I used to own property there, you know, and it's just all changed. It's just totally changed, but we can't give up. We've got to protect ourselves, protect our own nervous system, protect everything to keep us on an even keel. But we've still got to educate others or do our best to, and just unite, you know, not just, you know, you guys there for Massie, but because here am I in Ireland, literally praying that he would win, and sadly he didn't. But we've got to keep going. So just sending love to you all and to those who are disappointed, but just keep going. We can't give up, because if we all give up, they just win. So thank you for allowing me to speak, Solomon.
Appreciate it. Thanks for your points there. Great points. Let's go to what's it again? Alfonso, jump in. Then we'll go to Alfasi, and then we'll go to JB, who's just come up.
Yeah, thank you, Solomon. Appreciate that. First off, I want to say I think Jackie, you know, posting stuff like that and getting information out there, she's a patriot for that. So good on her, you know, even from Ireland, fighting the good fight. But you know, and I think Andy will agree with me here. A lot of people disagree in this space, but that's why political strategists, in my opinion, geniuses like Nicholas J. Fuentes that say stuff like we need to have a blue wave and vote blue in the midterms to stop Trump's power and slow him down. This is more evidence of that, right? What do we owe the Republican Party? What has the Republican Party and the GOP in Israel done for us? Nothing, right? They've made expenses go up. They've made wars happen. Innocents die in the Middle East. Our soldiers die unnecessarily. So that's kind of what I'm pivoting for now. It's like we don't owe the Republican Party anything anymore. It hasn't been infiltrated enough. But at the same point, to not to say names, but because my name was said, Andrew, I don't think we give up. I think that they wanted to buy out this election because they wanted to stop us from having hope and to say, well, we can't vote our way out of this. I still think there is a world where we can vote our way out of this. It just wasn't the right time. So those are kind of my thoughts on the matter. I don't want to give up. We're patriots at the end of the day. One day we will win.
Keep fighting it, bro. Keep fighting it. Keep voting, and maybe one day you will wake up. And when I say fight, like Jackie, here's the thing: isn't it interesting? The entire world watches America as America, the world goes. And listen, I am not saying, oh, go hide in a cave. It's no. I'm saying you fight the good fight. Do not play in their system. That means don't vote. Well, what does that mean? Well, I'll get very accurate. That means when they say, hey, get out there and vote, you say, no, thank you, Kilo Mike Alpha. What does that mean? Kiss my ass. I'm not going to vote in your system. Okay, I'm just one person, but I guarantee you when more and more people wake up to that, that'll kind of shift it. But what's really going to shift it is when we wake up with the getting out of their currency system. And that we've been talking about it for months on the space. So we have to get out of the matrix. We're in the world, but we don't have to play in the system.
Andrew, with all due respect, they have the money, they have the control, they have the media. The only thing they don't have left is our vote. So why give up on the one bit of power that we have left to make a genuine change?
You still
Hold
believe
on,
it.
let me ask a follow up question. You want to laugh? That's fine. Let me ask you a follow up question. Okay, let's say that all we do is educate a bunch of people. Then what? This doesn't inspire change. It's just
Yeah.
as more people
Yeah.
pissing,
Yeah.
being
Okay.
pissed off about it on the Twitter
So
space. So
1 million people,
what's your solution?
1 million people, then 2 million, then 5 million people say, we're done with your system. We're not going to vote. What I guarantee you, let me finish. Then we don't vote in their two-party system. And then they start saying, well, we've got a problem here. We got to start listening to the people. Will that happen? I doubt it, but we got to try to make it happen. Get rid of these lobby. Come on, these lobby laws that we have are insane. It's all about money and power. But term limits, come on, they're not going to change that. Matt, I wish Matt Getz could come in here. He told us clearly what happened when he was elected. He went in there, you probably didn't even hear me speak when I was speaking earlier. When I made my first submarine patrol, they closed the hatch. I was invited to the goat locker. Okay, I'm a young officer. Invited me to the goat locker. That's the chief, the NCOs. There's 180 years of sea experience there. We're going to tell you how things work. This is how it works. They tell every new congressman this is how it works. You got to get reelected. You got to you got to be with the big money. You need to be funded. Ocasio Cortez, Alejandra Ocasio Cortez, she was for the people. Then she saw the money. She moved on. They all move on the money. Every one of them. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene. She knows she's taking the money. She just one morning she said, "I can't live with myself anymore." The system is completely broke.
Yeah, I totally agree with Andrew. Everyone who disagrees with me and has a different political position from me should not vote. That is the solution I want.
What are you? This is Mango, the Mango saying that? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Solomon,
Mr. Psyop Trump, the Trump's psyop.
Okay.
The
Let's
last
go.
megatard standing, basically.
Solomon, it's Jackie here. Do you mind if I just comment on the no voting thing? We tried that in Ireland for the presidency, and I firmly believe that they played an absolute bloody psyop on us, whereby people didn't vote or spoiled their votes, and those that did vote for who they thought was the right candidate, I now firmly believe that she was the one who was placed, and with the propaganda that was put out, the way people said, "Oh, she's going to be for us," etc., etc. And now she's a King Charlie kiss assing, there's a lot of stuff that she's doing and saying that is totally against what me as an Irish person and many Irish people feel is right. So you've got the people who spoiled votes and didn't vote, and as a result, the others got the person in that they wanted to get in. So, and then you have to live with those consequences. So, however, there was a good fallout about so many people not voting, right? But they can use that their way as well. So, they play a psyop in so many different ways. And you guys over there only have two parties. You say the blues and the reds. And in my humble opinion, they infiltrate every bloody party. They have done in Ireland, they've done it in every other country. So when you say vote red or vote blue, to be quite honest, how the hell do you know what you're going to get? Because they've infiltrated every party. Anyway, that's me.
Yeah, Jackie, I would respond by that because you're responding to one of my points. I'd respond back and say, we look at their stances on Israel straight up. A lot of them are outspoken Zionists. We know that they don't deserve our vote, and they're not with the America First movement. A second thing we look at is where's the money going to them, right? What pocket is feeding their agenda. If we see that Israel or Miriam Adelson is feeding them and giving them money, then we know they're not our guy. I mean, there's a lot of ways we can decipher if someone's a wolf in sheep's clothing or if they're actually a patriot.
And let's go to Al-Farsi. Al-Farsi, jump in.
Yeah, so I mean, this is very bitter, but I just want to inject some like hopium in the space. I think Massie did do what he could have to the extent that he could have in this past 6 months. I mean, the Epstein thing was significant. He stalled out when he tried to do the War Powers resolution. So that just goes to show how much power he really was able to exert. And I think that by losing this election, he became a political martyr. He's a canary in the coal mine. And I think three things are going to happen as a result. I think people who were on the fence are going to become more radicalized. I think that Trump is going to double down, and as other people have mentioned, he's going to keep going with this agenda that he has. But that's to the benefit of the greater anti-empire movement, because all his decisions have been so terrible. If he stays the course, I mean, I don't know if there is going to be much opposition left to the people. And then on the third level, I think that the Zionists who oppose Massie so vehemently are going to become more arrogant, which is, I mean, I'm shocked to say that they can't even become more arrogant. This is probably the best week of Larry Loomer's life. But these people are going to get more arrogant. And when they're arrogant, they make mistakes. They become, they discuss the common people just by the way that they talk. And, I think that it's going to create a greater backlash. I think Massie did exactly what he needed to do. We needed that canary in the coal mine.
Al-Farsi, let me add something to that too. I want you guys to know he was literally out of 250 plus congressmen and women, he was the only congressman that had $0 from AIPAC or other Israel PACs and donations. It's absolutely insane.
True. Okay, let's
No,
go.
he had money.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Not from AIPAC.
Yeah, no, he had not from AIPAC, but he had big PAC money. And I think there's even some in there.
Show me one Israel PAC that he took money from.
Didn't someone mention earlier on today that he
Yeah.
took a...
Yes.
Go Andrew.
Yeah, I think it was Joa or someone brought up that he did, maybe it was Beatrice said that he did have some funding come in from PAC.
That's baloney. He took money from the Middle East and Saudi. That's it. He took no money from Israel-backed PACs or foundations. None of them.
So who came on this? I think it was Doc and Doc Sports Massey. Was it Doc? Someone said that he took $1 million from a Zionist. Dan.
Yeah, it was Doc or it was either Doc or Joa, and both of them are very credible. They always have their receipts.
Wasn't me. I did hear.
Why would the
Zionists
give him money? Like,
maybe then it was Doc then. And Doc is not happy right now, understandably so. But no, I did hear it. I don't have it in front of me, Alfonso. I'll look it up. But someone did bring it up.
Just before Dan came up, Dan Blazarian, Doc was mentioning the fund that Massie. I don't know if it's true or not that he was some Zionist he got money off. I don't know if it's true or not.
Well, we know for sure he never took $1 from AIPAC and was the only congressman to not take $1 from AIPAC.
Like that's like saying, okay.
Well, right. No, I know. There's hundreds of
AIPAC, so that means that so if someone takes 15 million from Miriam Adelson, that means you'll be like, oh, actually, they never took AIPAC money. That's worse.
No, of course not. That's not the point I'm making, but I'm saying that he didn't take money from Israel PACs.
Like AIPAC is one function that I get a lot of normies that are aware of, and they get it. But the point is, there's a lot of Israeli Zionist money that isn't AIPAC, and Miriam Adelson. I just give that as a prime example, but there's many such examples of people that you're probably not aware of.
What goes, Suleiman, take that a step further. I don't think Alfonso is very familiar with your channel and your background. Suleiman got demonetized. He could have easily been on some serious funding and monetized if he would have just spoke the right stuff and get in there with that other person, the person, right? the Mario spaces. But see, when you make that stand, you get demonetized, you're kicked out, you become well, you're just kicked out of the completely out.
Yeah. Let's go to.
And that happened to Massie, right? That happened to Thomas Massie. So I also think that maybe that was part of the propaganda to say that the Zionist has contributed to him, because why would a Zionist contribute to Thomas Massie when he was infamous for
Bingo.
standing up against the Zios, and also he didn't vote for one of the bills that was to censor uh, anybody that is speaking up against the government of Israel for their atrocities, and in the name of calling them anti-Semite, even if it's anti-Zionism. And he's actually on record talking about that in length with a lot of different people. So we also have to be aware of the propaganda machine that wants to basically make some of the people look bad that are not actually on the side of the AIPAC and the Zios and basically Washington as usual. So I would take that with a grain of salt. We just can't trust everything that we hear.
True. I agree with that. We need to double check what. We need to double check the claims that. I think it was Doc. I'm pretty sure it was Doc that Doc made. Let's go to Dan. Go ahead, Dan.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hey, what's up, everybody? And Suleiman, I'm a big fan of your channel. I've been following you for some time now, so it's nice to meet you. It's an honor to be speaking to you for the first time. I'm going to make it quick. I'm not going to go too long. I think what it was with this particular race, and I think what it is with what people... Look, I'm a big Thomas Massie fan. I'm a big fan of Dan Bilzerian and all these guys. But I think what it is not to discourage anybody. I think what it is people really underestimated what kind of power these bastards have and what kind of power influence where it can get them. And it just, I think people are now going to start getting a better glimpse of the fight that people are up against. Because these people they stop at nothing to do whatever the hell it is that they can possibly do to get things their way.
Yeah, fair point.
And I think it's also, I think Dan Bilzerian. I'm a huge fan of Dan Bilzerian, and I think just seeing what happened to Thomas Massie, I think he's probably going to know what to expect when it comes time to him going up against Randy Fine, because he's got major donors, he's got a whole lot of people that are backing him as well.
Yeah, I was thinking that they're gonna pour a lot of money in to help Randy Fine win as well, because that's another high-profile election. So yeah, I agree with that. Amber, jump in.
Thank you. So I had just a couple things I wanted to touch on really quick. When we speak about the foreign funding, I want us all to remember what we learned about how, both America and Israel allegedly fund Islamic terrorists, etc. That it's all kind of intertwined. And also, I wanted to say that I appreciate the differentiation between the Zionists. A lot of people talk about just the Jews, and my great grandmother was Jewish, and she was a hell of a woman. She was a great woman, and I consider myself a good person. So I think our battle, is not against flesh and blood. It's against far greater than what we even realize. So I appreciate the space again, and thanks for letting me up there. Thank y'all.
Going to Joe. How do you think, if Thomas Massie was to run for president, how do you think he would? How do you think it'd go? How do you think he would?
I think he would do better. The problem would be the funding, right? He would do better with his messaging, because his messaging was more global than it was for something for Kentucky. But the raising capital, since he's Republican, where's he going to get the money, right? the
He
Republicans.
raised apparently in this one he raised about 12 million, didn't he? And
Yeah, but
a large proportion of them were small donors, apparently.
think about it. The Republicans, for the most part, that is the party that's supporting this war. Although majority of them still don't support the war, the donor class does, and majority of that donor class is Republican that's supporting this. So how's he going to get funding? He's not. He's not in line with his party. That's his problem for running for a president. Grassroots wise, he could, and he could make a Bernie go at it where he's going to raise from the public, and I think it could get him so far. But I still don't think it beats donor class money. That's the problem. Unless Elon was to back him, which I'd actually start to like Elon again if he did that, but I doubt he'll do that. Elon seems to be up to other games on how to stop OpenAI's IPO so that he can benefit with his own IPO with some bullshit $150 billion lawsuit. Although I don't
It's
like
not bullshit.
OpenAI either.
Elon, you have the bestest lawsuit. I think your lawsuit isn't as good as anybody else's lawsuit. It's almost like writing a lawsuit in gold. That's what I think about Elon's lawsuit, Joe. Joe, check your message quickly if you can. Tom,
Okay, I'll stop talking bad about Elon. Sorry.
I'm joking. Just don't get me banned, bro. Just don't get me banned. That's all I ask. I'm demonetized. I don't got my blue tick. The last thing they could do is just suspend me. So I'm just be a bit careful.
We all love Elon in here.
I've got Manco who loves Elon. So Elon, I've got Manco. He loves you. He loves you more than anyone else. The only thing he disagrees with, I think, is your gigafactory in China. Or do you like his gigafactory, Manco?
Well, I mean, I just think he's going to lose it eventually. As long as he doesn't keep building more, he's got to build it in the United States.
But it's not profitable in the United States. He only made a profit when he built it in China, though, Manco.
Well, I think he only sells the Chinese cars that are made in China. So I think that's the purpose of why that factory's there.
The cars that are manufactured there, yes, but many of the parts that come to America are built in China. They just assemble in America so that they can say it's made in America. Bet you didn't know that, did you, Manco?
No, I mean, that's such a widespread thing in general in like the entire American industrial sector, which is why there's all this controversy about, defense contractors in the United States getting so many of their parts from China.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I've told you, my family comes from an area overseas that's very high in injection molding factories, and they've all been approached by the American defense so they can ramp up military production. So much for Trump's, we're going to make everything in USA. That's not what's happening.
Well, but they're not in China, right?
No, they're not in China. I'm not Chinese. So yeah, it's not in China, but it's not USA, which is what his promise was. Hey, Tom, you want to jump in?
Hey, Joe, Suleiman, Andrew, how's everyone doing? Cyrus, yeah, so look, a lot of things about this race were very suspect or very unusual. Whether it's the money that was flooding in to the administration's campaigning goon squad, emergency campaign goon squad that we saw come in and disgrace the stage, as often has been the case throughout the course of this administration when you have Pete Hegseth come up and give one of his diatribes. But, one of the things that I find really interesting about this is that there was so much that was done to unseat Massie that I think someone kind of touched on this earlier. The gentleman who I heard speaking earlier, I'm not sure what his name was, but basically I think they've done more harm than good by doing so much to try to unseat him. Because all they've done is illustrate even more to people that were supporting him around the country, not necessarily within that district, how much control how much these Epstein class characters are willing to do in order to unseat somebody who has opinions that are unfavorable to the agendas they have in mind and the direction they want to move the country in. So, very, very, I see it as a big mistake on their part to have put this much
Well, to
effort into unseating. Yeah, go ahead.
Thomas, to a degree, right? Like I wish. I know Suleiman's busy at the moment, but if I could get Suleiman to make one post, and I never ask him to make posts ever. I don't think I've ever asked him to make one. But in this situation, if he was to make a post that how does a Israel first Chinese woman whose most of her wealth is from China uh, donate to a Kentucky party in order to get a pro-Zionist person to vote because Thomas Massie was the only one to vote against the anti-Semitism laws, right? And this is what they call voting matters. Voting doesn't matter when Zionists get to buy your politicians. If he can make that post, and I can get everyone to listen to the show every night, share that post, yeah, then it matters. But Tom, that probably won't happen. Do you know what I mean? As much as stuff as Solomon puts out, and then he gets like 30 shares or whatever it may be, it's not going to create the difference unless we make the noise, like people who actually care. And
Yeah,
I don't know when
very
Solomon
true.
comes back, I'll ask him. But it's important that our message is really concise, and that a woman who doesn't give a shit, right? And I hope he's not on YouTube about America whatsoever. We know she actually cares more about China and then Israel. Well, Israel first, then China, and then America, because that's where her vested interests are. And the only reason why she went against Massey is because he voted against anti-Semitism laws. It shows you that American people's votes don't matter. And how do American people get that back? You have to reverse Citizens United, because you have the same exact law firm that said, lobbying is a freedom of speech issue, and now they're arguing that BDS is not freedom of speech, which is you're allowed to use your money to inflect the vote, but now you're not allowed to use your money to impact votes. Like, it doesn't make. They argue both sides of the story. Unless American people become really aware of that and that they no longer control America, because that is a pain point that they all can get behind, but not locally. Like, I can't speak to people in Connecticut and talk about this and be like, yeah, we're going to vote you in. They know he has no power to change that, right? On a global stage, different story. And I wish Massey would push that and use his own example in order to make a run for presidency and get supported by American dollars, American people. And see, because you're right, it's true if we amplify it. I just fear it's going to be swept away by tomorrow, and no one's going to amplify it. And I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I mean, it's a good point. Right now, I have really no way of gauging. I don't think any of us have a way of gauging really accurately where people's understanding on these issues is around the country, or how aware people are around the country about these things that are taking place. But there's no question he's getting a certain amount of traction. But you're right, the algorithm is certainly hacked in a certain way, and there's no question that the lady you're talking about, Miriam Adelson, I'm guessing. When you say China, what do you mean? Because she has investments in Macau?
Well, Macau is their biggest profit center.
Oh, is it?
And when they were up for licensing, it was on Chinese media that they were being used to put pressure on Trump back in his first election. And then all of a sudden, China had things removed. Although they put something on about Huawei, they removed like 10 other things that they needed to get done. And Chinese media was reporting that is because the Adelsons donated money and got him to do what they needed for China. Right? Over half of her wealth is in China. It's not in the U.S.
Yeah, I know she's invested in Macau. Do you know she has 3 passports, maybe more? No idea. I'm guessing so. She has that. She has to have at least 3 passports.
I don't know. I know that we know she has 2. I don't know about the third. I don't know about the Chinese. I don't think you need to have a Chinese passport to have you just need the gambling license and then you're fine.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because they were there before it was China, because they were there back when it was Portuguese still, up until 2000, and then they had already been there. So, and then China input these casino renewal laws. Worth going, by the way. I've never been there. Yeah, so I don't know what we do here.
Who
Cyrus,
knows? I mean, I think
go ahead.
when it comes to the question of possible solutions, brother, there are so many ways, and I don't want to use a term that's inappropriate, but there's a term that there are multiple ways to what a cat, and I don't mean that in a way that
Yeah,
calls for any sort of inappropriate behavior in any way, shape, or form, but there are multiple solutions. Everybody talks about revolution. I guarantee you there are peaceful ways out of this. None has come to mind so far, but I'm sure someone's going to devise all kinds of solutions that could work. The issue is, how do you get someone like that comes up with a brilliant idea, the microphone, the platform, the audience? So I'm sure there are people around the country right now that have solutions that would work, that would bring about the most positive solution for all parties involved, including the people that we want out of power. But these people clearly haven't been afforded a microphone or a platform yet, but I'm sure things will happen. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Solomon, you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Did you hear the thing we were talking about, the post?
No.
Kind of everyone on the panel was agreeing. I've never asked you to make a post, right? But I was saying, if you were to make a post saying, how does a Israeli first, whose wealth is mostly in China, American citizen who doesn't live in Kentucky, get to decide with her dollars who wins? Because Massie was the only person who voted against the anti-Semitism laws. This is not the American vote mattering. And if you made that post and you got everyone who's listening to share, and it seemed like we had a lot of support, that's when this thing doesn't die. This message doesn't die off, and and it matters to American people that your vote does not matter. And I don't know if you know that until today, but you just have a clear experience of it. That could make a difference. But I don't know.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I don't see it making a big difference, to be honest, what happened today.
Joe, and the problem is we really put our shoulder into this. Next thing you know, we're all of a sudden lose a blue check mark. Next thing you know, oh man, can't get on X. Oh, we got to go on another platform. I'm telling you, I mean, sure we can do that, but man, Suleiman, we're walking on a razor blade here. One little, yeah.
So Massie has conceded the election to Ed Gallerin officially as well. So that's the latest. Do you want to welcome Bruce onto the stage? Bruce, hope you're doing well. How are you? What's your thoughts on the election that occurred today?
No, it's just tragic. It is just unbelievable how stupid people are. I mean, voters are some of the dumbest people, and it's just so easy to fool them because this is, it's Coke versus Pepsi. It's just marketing. All that matters in these elections is money. They have it down to a science. They know exactly what votes cost down to the penny because people are that dumb and that predictable and that easy to fool. And they fooled these dumb voters, these stupid Republican voters, and Democrats are just as dumb, by the way.
But Bruce, can I say
It's not
something?
dumber.
It's not
Sure.
It's not stupidity. It's how we survived as a species. You go with the mass in order for safety. So if you see a group of people running, most people will just start running with them without knowing what's wrong for safety. And that's all it is. It's not because they're
Right,
dumb.
but
It's because they understand how to trigger biases that people have and make it be like, look, all the masses are going this way. So out of
yeah.
safety, you just go that way if you're not interested enough in
But
finding out more
well,
info.
I think that's kind of stupid. I mean, and they're driven, this way because it's not the masses, it's advertising. It's marketing. It's marketing that says, to Republican voters that Massie is a Democrat, even though he was one of the most conservative voting records in history. It's not.
Liberty score of 100% too. Just to add
Yeah,
on.
yeah. I mean, it's
Ridiculous.
just I mean, whatever. I mean, you could say the reason for the stupidity is because of survival instincts that make people fooled by marketing paid for by Israel, but that's what it is. It's like Israel and Israel supporters came in and threw $30 million to fool really stupid people in Kentucky with dumb memes that are like, this guy votes with the Democrats, which is not true. He just didn't. He voted with Republicans 96% of the time for most
Yeah,
of
it
his
was
career.
1.8% votes with the Democrats. 1.8.
Well, Bruce, I would say to add to kind of Joe Oz point, I think it's more or less ignorance than stupidity, right? They're just following blindly what their leader Trump says, what their idol Trump says. I think it's just one
which is
single
also
tweet, one single
stupidity.
post. Yeah, that is
I mean,
stupidity in
it's
itself.
just lack of critical thought. Is there a Republican voter who's against Massie, who's in favor of Trump in the audience? Because I'd love to debate somebody,
Manco.
because I think
Mango.
Yeah.
I think they're the dumbest people on planet Earth, and that's a hard feat given how dumb some of the Democrats are. I mean, it's
Well,
just
Bruce,
stunning.
Bruce, we do have someone, and remember, we've got an interview coming up in about 15 minutes. So, Manco, do you want to have this discussion with Bruce? Let's see what his thoughts are.
I mean, sure, yeah. If he has anything to say other than, oh my God, this guy's dumb. Oh, this is the dumbest people. Well, I don't know. Say
All right,
something
Hold
substantive
on.
and it's fine.
Let's just be logical here. So, do you think that Massie is on the left? I mean, do you believe the Republican narrative, the Trump narrative, that Massie's some kind of Democrat leftist?
No, and that's not what Trump's narrative is. The fact is that Massie doesn't vote with the party, and that's the problem.
But he did 96% of the time. He voted
No,
with the party.
that's BS. That's using like nonsense procedural votes. There's a small percentage of votes. Excuse me, let me finish the point. There's a small percentage of votes that actually matter on big bills where it's going to be a party line vote, and Massie went against the party. In some cases, he was the only Republican to vote no on like big spending bills. And in some cases, it was him and like 2 or 3 others.
Big spending bills. You just said it. So you're mad that Massie voted against big spending.
That's a concession.
No, that's not how that works.
That sounds very democratic,
the
actually.
spending bills are big spending bills because all of these
like
budget bills are big bills. That's just how it works.
So like what?
And if you vote down the Republican crafted budget that gives the Democrats more power and say over what ends up in the budget, which makes it worse. So yes, it's bad when Republicans vote against the party. It hurts the right, it hurts the Republican agenda, and it benefits the left, and it benefits the Democrat agenda.
What if the party betrays everything that Trump ran on?
They didn't.
Trump, I was there when he gave his speech and said, no more neocon wars, no war with Iran. Was he lying when he said that, or is that what he did?
He didn't say no war with Iran.
He absolutely
never said
did.
that.
I was sitting in the
We've had that
audience
debate
right
many
there in
times.
front of him. I was sitting in the audience right there, and I jumped out of my seat and I cheered.
Then I'm sure you can go find a link to the actual quote, because every time Trump speaks in public, it's quoted. It's all over the internet.
Go look at it. It was his speech in Riyadh in
I already have
May.
multiple times, dude. This debate has happened like a dozen times.
So you're saying that Trump didn't
past.
say that no more neocon wars? He didn't say we're ending the neocon war machine. He didn't say no war in Iran.
Maybe he said something like, we don't do the neocon war machine, but I don't consider this war a neocon war anyway. So it sounds like he kept that promise.
He specifically said no war in Iran. I mean, he said it many, many times.
Yeah,
there's montage.
We've been over this many times. No, he didn't.
We were also promised mass deportations. Fucking failed that one too, completely.
No, he didn't fail. It's a work in progress.
How about the Epstein files? How about?
Wait, hold on, Bruce, real quick. I got to ask this guy a question. Has the wall been a work in progress for the last decade? That's been a work in progress?
Wait, guys, Alfonso,
do you have a point?
Let Bruce and Manco have this conversation. I don't want too many people piling in. I want to have an interest. I want to see how this dialogue goes.
How about the Epstein files? What happened to Pam Bondi?
Here's the problem that I have. Like, you had a point that you wanted to debate, which was about Thomas Massie.
Right.
And now you're just like changing the subject constantly.
You don't think that
just talk about Massie.
The Epstein files is part of the Thomas Massie discussion? That's literally the reason that your guys in Israel decided to run against
Trump,
him, because he wanted to expose that.
Agreed with it. He didn't veto it. He didn't go against it. He cooperated at every step. So he released all the Epstein files.
They're not released. There's
so
2
what's
million
the point?
pages
Like,
not
it's
released.
not a point of contention.
There's 2 million pages not released, and the DOJ is in
you don't know that.
of the law.
You haven't seen the unreleased files. We've seen millions of pages released, insane amounts that's released. So I don't know what you think is out there.
Well, what was released is pretty damaging, and obviously it's enough. What
Damaging
is
to who?
damaging to Israel and the cronies of Epstein? I mean, it was obviously an
Like who?
Israel.
Like who? Like give a name.
Ehud Barak, who is listed in the files as having
Wait, you
cameras
think
in.
Ehud Barak is a crony of Epstein?
Yeah, he visited the house multiple times.
No, that's insane.
Oh,
That's
okay.
crazy.
Okay, so
That,
how do
Oh
you
like you're
my
talking about like
God,
the fact
Suleiman,
that
come
someone may
on.
have had some contact with
wait,
Epstein now
some
makes him like
contact? He
a
had
close
cameras
associate.
installed in Epstein's house that were maintained by the Israeli government.
Look, dude, no, there's no evidence of that.
It's
That's
in
so
the files.
ridiculous.
It's
Mango,
It's a
been
he's on
released.
conspiracy
camera.
theory that has been completely
He's
baseless.
on
You
camera
guys
going to his
wanted the
house
Epstein
four
files so that you
times.
could find the evidence of it,
Right.
and then when you got the Epstein files, you couldn't get any evidence of
I
it
just listed
because
it.
I used to think like, oh, hey, I want to see the Epstein files. Let's see where the evidence is. Let's see if there's any actual fire behind this smoke. And it turns out there wasn't. And the more I looked into it, the more I had to face the reality that it was a lot of people doing a lot of speculation and not being able to back it up when it came down to
So
it.
you haven't seen the parts of the files that say that the prime minister of Israel had cameras installed in Epstein's properties and maintained by the Israeli government? You think that part is
Yeah, I don't believe that's true. I
so
don't think
you
that's true.
you only believe certain parts of the files that go along with the narrative that you want?
No, I don't believe that's in the files
It
because
is.
I've
You can look
never
it
heard
up.
of that before.
You've
And I've
never
been
heard
in this
that
space when the
before?
files were discussed like dozens and dozens of
You've
times.
never heard that before? Go look it up. I mean,
Not as being part of the files, no.
well, it's absolutely in the files. It was released. How about the multiple,
Well,
numerous?
listen, we're going to have to agree to disagree
Well,
because
but
you and I cannot sit here and pull up the
it's pretty
files
easy to
unless
pull
you
up.
can go and make a post or something
It's
about it.
it's pretty
But
easy to
we have to move on. Go on to your next
it's
point.
pretty easy to pull up. How about the numerous people who are close to Netanyahu, close to Mossad, who have and in United States
Okay.
intelligence
So Bruce, just
who have come
because.
forward and said that this was a Mossad op,
Okay,
that Epstein
so
was a
so once
Mossad op.
Bruce, 1 second. So I think the conversations, and I don't mind having this conversation, but I think it's moved to whether Epstein was a Mossad agent, which I
But
think.
that is directly related to Massey. That the fact that that Massey
Mm.
was
Hold
uncovering
on, wait. Did
Epstein.
Massey ever make
The
that
biggest.
claim? Because I
No,
don't recall
the
Massey
fact that
ever making that
the
claim
fact that
specifically.
Massey wanted the files released is why Israel targeted him. That is why it's related.
But Bruce,
Massey lost his
answer the
primary.
question. Did he make that claim? Because I'm pretty
No,
sure
I'm
I
not
would have
saying
heard
he
about
did.
it if he did.
I'm saying I listen to what I said. I said because Massey wanted the Epstein files released, Israel targeted him. That's why he lost his primary because $30 million of Israel money came into a race in Kentucky and bought the race because Israel didn't want him and because Trump, who is co-opted by Israel, didn't want him because his handlers
So
in
wait,
Israel
Mango,
didn't
is
want
your
him.
position? Wait, Mango, is your position? Because I thought the original argument is whether you're pro-Trump or pro-Massey. But Mango, is your position that the Israelis did not fund this campaign because it was in their benefit, or they were trying to punish Massey somehow for whatever the decision making was, whether it was Epstein and or his voting that was very anti-Israel? You don't think is your position that there was no Israeli involvement in this election?
No, I mean, there was a lot of Jewish involvement for sure.
Well, Jewish, okay, yeah, Jewish Zionist. So Mariam Edelson, well, Mariam Edelson an Israeli, isn't she? She's born in Israel.
Yeah, so the thing is, I don't
You don't
know
think
the
she's born in
exact
Israel? Do you
motives
not
of
agree that she's
why they
born in
decide.
Israel?
Yeah, I don't know the exact motives of why
Come on.
whether it's Zionist, Jewish, whatever. A lot of it is obviously American Jews as well.
So,
Why the
Suleiman, do you
PACs
think
were
Manco
going against.
is Hasbara agent? Because more and more, it
Yeah,
just
I just
kind of
think
No,
that
seems that way.
obviously.
normally,
Can you
I'll
not
be honest with you,
interrupt,
like
Joa?
normally
So
I feel like
listen,
Manco
But
is.
bro, he's saying you're saying that if there's no
Yeah, I
connection
thought this
between
guy was
Ehud Barak
anti-Israel, but now he's
and
denying
Epstein.
Israeli involvement
Yeah,
in an election. That's
exactly.
crazy.
I'm not denying anything. Can you let me finish? Because I get interrupted constantly.
Okay. Go for it, Manco.
So look, I do not know the motives of why all of these people who are Jewish, Zionists, whatever, these political elites in the United States who had these PACs who decided to go against Massey, They haven't like publicly said
They're not going to
this is
publicly
what
say,
our
Marco,
motivation
Manco,
is.
this
And
is
even if
stupid.
they did, I don't know if you'd believe it or if anyone would believe
Yeah,
it.
this
But
is
the
silly,
fact of the matter
Manco.
is,
Manco, you just look. I'm about to. We're about to do the interview in a couple of minutes. I
can
want
I
you to get to
finish
the
it?
point. The whole point. Obviously,
Yeah.
they're not going to say publicly. Guess what? We're doing this because of Israel. Like that means you didn't. That means
Yeah.
Israel.
So
They've never admitted this. So according to you, there's no Israeli involvement in U.S. politics. But you used to claim that was a problem.
no, that's not what I've said. No, I've said I've condemned Israeli involvement in U.S.
No,
politics
but they've
many,
never
many
come out and
times.
said it.
Here's the thing.
They've never come out and said. So you can't get in their mind. So you don't know. According to your argument.
No, that you didn't let me finish the argument.
Okay.
I'm saying everything we're talking about with them going after Massie is based on speculation. Based on speculation, though, Massie did a lot of things in public more recently after Trump was elected, not years ago, because Massie said things against AIPAC like what 2, 3, 4 years ago, like older times, and they didn't go after him at that time. They went after him now. And the reason they went after him now is because he was a problem for the Republican Party. He was vulnerable, and maybe they had a grudge about things that he said over time. But the other thing that AIPAC does,
Where did he say about AIPAC 4 years ago?
he went on Tucker Carlson and did like a whole interview where he talked about how AIPAC manipulates everyone in Congress.
That wasn't 4 years ago.
No, not 4. It was like 2 or 3.
It's definitely after October the 7th. So all these people who spoke out is
Well, yeah,
after
that was
October
the 7th. It was 4
Yeah,
years
so
ago, over 4 years ago, something. But yeah,
No,
but here's the
October
thing.
7th was 4 years ago, bro.
Here's the thing, Suleiman.
2.5 years ago.
Massie was already vulnerable, and one of the ways that AIPAC has power in DC is they find targets that they know that they can beat, and then they destroy that target so that then they can go and intimidate the other congressmen. I think that's probably a big part of the motivation here, is to shore up their own power and to be able to tell other congressmen, hey, if you go against us, this is what's going to happen to you. So I think it's primarily about their power. I don't think Massie had any kind of significant impact on U.S.-Israeli relations or on legislation for Israel specifically, because he's only one vote like that. And all this stuff passed without him anyway.
Okay. So let me quickly respond, and then I have got this interview coming in. And then we'll continue the discussion after that. So let's be clear on this. It was because of Israeli involvement. Epstein is because Epstein was a Mossad agent. There's many examples of it. Bruce is alluding to a few, but the biggest one is Ari Ben Menashe, who literally is a Mossad agent and spy. And he said unequivocally, without a shadow of a doubt, that Epstein, as well as the Maxwells, were Mossad agents. And he was someone who was a whistleblower and tried to release this information to UK newspapers at the time. They failed. They rejected the ability to do so. They said no, that they would not release it because they wanted to hide that fact. And then he had to go to an alternative media, I believe it was in Lebanon, to release it. You can watch my video on this. So he was definitely, when it comes to Epstein, that's a big reason why Israel wanted him off. Separate to that, there was a number of bills that he was signing that were anti-Israel. One example is the one that AOC supported, which is to say that anti-Zionism, as in if you're against the state of Israel, is anti-Semitism. And not just that, he's been very consistent in being against Israel and or anti-war. So I think, and obviously he was against the debt as well, but that's not completely pro-Israel. So there is a number of reasons why Israel, and this is the reason why Miriam Edelson, who your own President Trump said that, I don't know if she loves Israel more. I mean, they always just come to my White House and advocate for Israel. You're like, she's Jewish American. Well, she's an Israeli Jewish Zionist, and she funds elections solely based on Israeli agenda, and she's the one who pushed this. She's the one who spent a huge amount of money in that election, as did many others. So that's just an example of why this race was really important to Israel, and I think it's just crazy that anyone doesn't believe it's the case. So I've just got this.
And I put in the
Cool.
comments
So
on,
I've got this
the note between Epstein and
Unit
Ali
8200 person coming up.
on
So
how to
Manko, you might
fund the
believe him
next
because
Gen
he's
9/11, which
of the
was
same
how to
ilk
surveillance
as Miriam
50% of
Edelson and the rest of them.
Americans
So
without them knowing.
you can
basically.
listen to this interview.
Cool.
So
Guys,
I've got this
on the second channel,
Unit
we're going to
8200
end the
person
second
coming up. So
channel.
man, you might
Everyone's
believe
coming
him because
across.
he's
Sorry, the main channel.
of the same
Everyone's going to
ilk
come
as
across
Mariam
to the
Edelson and the rest of
second
them.
channel.
So
That's why we're doing
you
this
can listen to this
interview. If somebody
interview,
can put that
guys,
in
on
the
the second
comments,
channel. We're
that
gonna
would be
end the
awesome.
second
Let me
channel.
see if I can
Everyone's
do it
coming
before
across.
someone else does
Sorry,
it.
the main channel.
Oh
Everyone's
my
gonna
god,
come
that'd be
across
faster than the
to
adding
the
the
second
mods as well.
channel.
You
That's why
guys,
we're doing this
seriously, these mods
interview. If
is
somebody can put that in the
part-timers, I gotta
comments,
say. There you go.
that would be
I pinned
awesome.
it.
Let me see if I
Okay,
can
so
do it
guys,
before someone
come
else does
across
it.
to the
Oh my
second
god,
channel. I'm gonna end the stream on this
bro,
channel.
you
We got
guys.
2 great
Seriously,
interviews.
these
We
mods
got.
is
I'll have to ask him how to spell his name, but
part-timers, I gotta say.
Sheldon
There you go.
Ben.
I pinned it. Okay,
I'll
so
ask him to
guys,
spell his name.
come across
Ephraim.
to the second channel. I'm gonna
And
end
we
the
have
stream on
Lieutenant
this
Colonel
channel. We've
Anthony
got
Aguilar.
2
We love
great
Lieutenant
interviews.
Colonel
We've got.
Anthony Aguilar. He's coming on
I'll
as
have
well.
to ask
So
him how to spell his name.
let me just drop it. Come across. Click on the tweet in the.
I'll
I
ask him
didn't
how to
tweet
spell
out.
his name.
So click
Ephraim.
on the comment. The pin
And we
thing.
have Lieutenant
That
Colonel
would be
Anthony
awesome.
Aguilar. We
And then
love
everyone
Lieutenant Colonel Anthony
come
Aguilar. He's coming
across,
on
and
as
we're
well.
gonna speak about Massie with him.
Let me just.
This is what the interview is gonna
in the
be slightly more focused on,
click on
amongst
the
other
comment.
things.
The pin
So
thing.
it's going to be a really good
That would
interview.
be
Let's see
awesome.
what.
And then
Let's see if you can
come
convince
across. And
Manco.
we're gonna speak about
We've
Massie
got
with
Unit
him.
8200 coming in to convince Manco.
Gonna be
Joe,
slightly
if he
more
doesn't get
focused on,
convinced by Unit
amongst other
8200, then what? Then what,
So
Joe?
it's gonna be a really good interview. Let's see if you can convince Manco. We've got Unit 8200
Okay,
coming in.
let
to
me
convince
drop this
Manco.
Alfonso guy because he's.
Joe, if he doesn't get convinced by Unit 8200,
okay,
then what?
so
I don't know.
let me just
I think it's a
quickly.
lost. I mean, it's been a lost cause for a long time.
Yeah, we're still live on X. Obviously, we're
Okay,
going to
let
continue
me
to be
drop this
live on X.
Alfonso guy because he's.
And
I don't
let's
like.
get this interview.
Okay, so